Okay. Mic check, 1, 2, 3.
Yes.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3.
For your District 8 tonight, however, I'll be serving as acting chair of the Economic Development and Finance Standing Committee due to the unavailability of Commissioner Bynum. And we send our condolences to her during this time and her family. Before I call the meeting to order, I want to announce that some committee members, staff, and the public are attending remotely via Zoom as well as on site. All participants joining by phone should mute their phones when not speaking to avoid background noise. When speaking, please speak directly into a microphone to ensure everyone listening is able to hear your comments and to ensure a clear record is made. During the meeting, please make sure that you announce yourself by name every time that you speak so that the public that is observing knows who is speaking. This is critical given the number of remote participants and his current guidance from the Kansas Attorney General. The public may submit comments by email prior to noon on the day of the meeting, and those comments will be included in the record of this meeting. The public will have an opportunity to provide brief comments in person or virtually from the fifth floor conference room of the Municipal Office Building during the meeting. When speaking, please state your name and city of residence for the record when giving public comment. Comments should be limited to the topic at hand. Disruptive comments and behavior are not permitted and may result in a removal from the meeting. I will now call the meeting of the Economic Development and Finance Standing Committee for June 29th, 2026 to order. Clerk, can we have the roll?
Roll call. Haley. Stites.
Here.
Pacheco.
Here.
Burns.
Here.
Howard.
Present.
Bynum, we have an absence memo, and Davis.
Here. Thank you so much. Clerk, were there any revisions to the agenda?
There are no revisions tonight.
Thank you so much. Okay, let's get this show on the road. We have an approval of minutes from our August 4th, September 29th, 2025, and May 4th of 2026. Any comments or is there a motion?
Move for approval. Howard, second.
It was moved by Commissioner Burns and second by Commissioner Howard. Clerk, can you get the roll?
Roll call. Stites. Pacheco.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Howard.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
The vote is 5-0. The motion carries.
Okay. Thank you so much. All right. The first item that we have is a resolution in setting the public hearing date for the establishment and the renewal of the downtown Kansas City, Kansas Self-Support Municipal Improvement District. This is the first item on this is the first item on our agenda, and it's setting the public hearing for September 3rd, 2026. I'll recognize Jeff Conway or any other staff representatives to get the conversation started.
Mr. Chair, Jeff Conway, legal, and I think there's representatives of the SMID here, Edwin Birch, and whoever else he wants to bring up.
Yes, you all please. And I believe there's a presentation as well. Okay, yeah, please get that up there. Okay.
Evening, Commissioner Davis, fellow commissioners, thank you for having us here again this evening. We were here, Don and I probably, it was a couple of months ago, to share some information about the SMID. So we just have a short presentation just to go and share some of the recent updates that we have taken place. Currently, Don is working to finalize the downtown KCK crosswalk and KCK letter project. This creates a highly visible placemaking which features and celebrates our community's diversity. She has also refreshed professional photography highlighting downtown businesses, events, and vibrancy to improve marketing and business recruitment efforts. One of the things that has come up with many of the businesses down.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Mr. Edwin, the public cannot hear you. Can you pull the mic closer? Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. One of the things that have come up with many of the businesses downtown is some of the cleaning efforts. So the SMID and the downtown shareholders, they have stepped up in that area. They continue, there's a grant that was denied recently that she worked on, but the incubator is designed, I'm sorry. one thing, biohazard cleaning, I'm sorry, I got off track here. So we recently got a contract for biohazard cleaning services, which are now underway, and it's improving the cleanness and addressing some of the quality of life issues and concerns downtown. Also, we continue to partnership with the KCK Police Department. They have increased the perception of safety with the downtown shareholders and SMID, and they continue to clean and wash the streets and do that particular thing. So again, that's more enhancement that has been made since Don has been with the downtown shareholders. We also continue development of the Downtown Business Incubator prototype. This was a grant that was denied, but Don is still working on the incubator designed to help entrepreneurs launch and grow businesses in downtown KCK. Also, she is looking at working with some interns to launch a downtown facade improvement program in partnerships with the unified government, with outreach beginning the first participating property owners, working with KCDC architecture student and to create the vision. The proposed SMID renewal maintains a revenue neutral mill levy for both this year and next year, while continuing essential downtown services and initiatives. Reduce maximum mill levy in proposed resolution. Did you want to add anything in addition to that, Bill?
Bill Hutton, Kansas City, Kansas. I've been on the SMID board through 3 different chairmen and been on the downtown shareholders board through all of the directors we've had since its inception. This is the 3rd renewal, if you want to call it, of the SMID. The initial one was by a petition to get this approved by the city commission. The second one was by the SMID board requesting the city commission to approve that. And we're asking the city commission to again approve a renewal of the SMID. I will tell you, I've been a business owner and a property owner in downtown Kansas City, Kansas for over 40 years. And the monies that the SMID raises through taxing ourselves, including myself, has made a profound difference. And I think if we're going to improve the downtown, if Greg Kendall is going to be successful in bringing new businesses in and or our economic development department, it can't happen without a strong SMID board, a strong downtown shareholders, and a strong executive director, all of which we have. So Edwin and I would stand for questions. We don't want to belabor the point. We have 2 other board members here from the SMID board. The SMID board is composed of individuals, business people appointed by you commissioners who have a vested interest in downtown as business owners or operating business in downtown KCK. We'd like to stay here, but we can't do it if people don't feel secure, safe, or if they think the place isn't clean. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
yes, please.
I would just like to add on to that. Don conducted a survey that she sent out. And so many of the businesses, they did express their concerns with some things, but most of them were still in support of the SMID. The businesses recognize the positive momentum that is taking place downtown. Again, the safety, there are still some safety things that we need to work on together to improve. And also attracting more businesses. She has some events that she has planned coming up. We'd like to invite the community to come out. There's an event she is having to a fundraiser in downtown Champion. She's going to do a walking tour, which is coming up, and we'll get that information out to you all. Mayor Crystal Watson will be participating in that, walking around downtown, looking at the areas that need improvement and looking at ways and getting information and looking at ways that we can work together to make those changes and sharing thoughts and ideas.
Okay.
Anything else I missed? And then some of those events are definitely in your packet. You will see those in there.
Okay. Thank you so much. You all have a slideshow, which I realize you all were going through it, but we weren't showing it. So can we go just to the last slide, which has the upcoming events, and all this is in the agenda online as well. Keep going, keep going. One more, this one.
There we go, yes,
Yeah.
that's it there.
Great, 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 great. Okay.
And
Well-
just for your information, we've done what we call it a walking tour, but we had an open house for businesses that
Mm,
are vacant in downtown KCK this summer, and it was very successful. So this walking tour is of kind of a follow-up on that. And the facade improvement that Edwin talked about before was kind of limited and frankly was not available to all the business owners downtown. This new program, we think, will go ahead and be a legitimate jumpstart, and there are not quite so many hoops to jump through in order to qualify. There's still matches involved, but we've been involved with the Christmas program downtown. Again, our executive director, along with the volunteers, and we've got basically one full-time employee,
Yeah.
have been very active. And again, having worked with every director we've ever had, I would tell you Don is putting us in the right direction.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, well, we're gonna hold on questions for the committee right now. Hold your questions. We'll do public comment and then come back to it. Clerk, have we received any public comments for this item?
No comments were received.
Are there any hands raised online?
There is a hand raised online.
Okay. For that person, just
Eva
your name.
Garcia Mesa.
Okay, just in your name, city of residence, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
Hey, this is Eva Garcia Meza, Kansas City, Kansas. I think something that would be a benefit to the community to see, especially for those businesses, is to see how much money has been levied by the Schmid over the 10 years and what tangible changes have they made. I know a lot of times they speak about the cleanup efforts and all of those, and that's great. We have to start somewhere. But I think as a taxing entity, I think, and that goes with any taxing entity, when there isn't actual tangible changes within the district that they're collecting these taxes, I think it's hard to see the value. So I would just like to ask, can we put a number on how much taxes they've collected, and what actual tangible changes beyond the cleanups they could speak to? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll hold any answers for those questions, so just we'll make note of them. Do we have any other hands raised online?
There are no other hands raised.
Okay, for the folks that are here in person, would anybody like to speak to this item? Okay, let the record show no one has approached. I'll go ahead and close the public comment portion. There was a question on the amount and the numbers, and I'm actually looking through the slideshow. I do not see the amount. So could you all answer that? How much does the SMID levy each year? What's your budget?
Jeff's probably the only one who has those numbers, and I laugh, we didn't come prepared with those numbers. Our executive director was on a scheduled vacation. That's the only reason she's not here and would have those numbers in terms of it. But the amount we collect obviously varies based upon things like the Brotherhood building closing and losing a substantial amount of revenue in terms of stuff. In terms of tangible results, I guess all I can point to as a board member and as a member of downtown shareholders is that we have the statistics from the police department as to the number of calls that have been made, the amount of trash we've picked up, the impact we've had in that regard. And basically, again, this isn't paid for by people who own residential property. This is only assessed to businesses within the SMID district. But we can certainly provide the information on how much we have levied and collected over the 10 years. And we can provide that to you, but I don't have that with me today.
So we can get.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Conway, any additional information you have?
That's easily, I mean, that's a number that we can pull very easily. I just go back each year to the SMID resolution and then just add up those numbers. So it'd take me 5 minutes, but I don't have it in front of me. I would like to say a couple of things though about the relationship between the SMID and the and DTS, because sometimes that gets a little bit muddied. The SMID is a statutorily authorized taxing entity. And so it stands for Self-Supported Municipal Improvement District. So the SMID board is an advisory board that's made up of appointees of the commissioners. And so they can recommend the budget and the mill levy, which can be changed by the Board of Commissioners. The DTS is a voluntary organization that exists downtown of businesses. It's similar to a Chamber of Commerce type of an idea. The SMID is authorized, because it has no staff or anything like that, the SMID is authorized to choose a manager, an agent. And so they put out an RFP, and the DTS, the downtown shareholders, was chosen as the entity to be the business manager to do that. So a lot of the work is done by the DTS as an agent of the SMID. And so that's how those two fit together. One is not voluntary. It's a tax. It's a taxing district with an advisory board that recommends things to the Board of Commissioners. And the other is a voluntary organization that helps, that supports the SMID by contract.
Thank you, Mr. Conway. I looked at our budget and I'm looking at the SMID section, and it's the proposed budget for 2026 was $693,000. Does that sound about accurate?
That's absolutely, and it has been slightly higher that, Commissioner Davis, when we've had more revenue. But quite honestly, that's what we budgeted for basically a smaller amount for 2027 based on current revenues. And basically what that does is cover most of the salary for the executive director. It covers all of the cost of the cleaning contracts, all of the cost of the police
Yes.
extra folks, security that we provide, and also covers the marketing and also projects like the streetscape that we have planned.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Committee questions. Yes, Commissioner Burns.
Yes, Mr. Hutton, what is your occupation?
I'm an attorney here in KCK.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments, committee? Okay, this is a actionable item. We do have to forward this to the full commission. So is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, there's a move to approve by Commissioner Pacheco and a second by Commissioner Burns. Clerk, can we get the roll?
Roll call. Stites, Checo,
Aye.
Burns,
Aye.
Howard,
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
The vote is 5-0. The motion carries.
Thank you so much. Okay. Thank you. We'll go ahead and transition. Our second item, 4.2, is about the downtown grocery store at 501 Minnesota Avenue. This is a management agreement with Santa Fe Grocers LLC to operate and manage the downtown grocery store. It is a request that this item be fast-tracked. And so in the event that this committee does move forward, please put that in your motion. Okay, I do see Mr. LaSala and some good folks from Santa Fe Grocers. Good to see you all as well. Are you taking this on? Okay, take it away, Mr. LaSala.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You'll probably remember that several months ago in the spring, we were here with a letter of intent about the deal terms for the Santa Fe market and the management of what used to be the Merck grocery store at 501 Minnesota. We have successfully completed negotiations for a management agreement that is consistent with the deal terms that you previously approved in the LOI. So I'm going to cover this from a pretty high level. There's, of course, more detail in the management agreement than there was in our 5-page LOI. But if most of this sounds familiar to you, it's because these are the same deal terms we talked about several months ago. And I'll show you let's see, I'm going to show you the site first. That is the site at 501 Minnesota. The crosshatched area that you see there is the parking. There are 55, 60 spaces, give or take, that are kind of in that spot. And of course, there could be overflow parking at times, but when you kind of designate what is the parking for the site, that's sort of what it looks like. This is a management agreement. We covered this before. It is not a lease. It is not a sale at this point. There is an option to purchase that we'll talk about in a minute, but the UG continues to own the site, continues to own the store, and these good folks come in and manage this for us, and I'll talk about the details of what that looks like. I'm going to go back. All right, the initial term of this agreement is 3 years. They would manage the facility for 3 years. There are opportunities for automatic 1-year renewals after that successively, unless one of the parties or the other gives 6 months notice that they do not want to continue. I'm going to start talking about the economics. You'll remember this from before. There is some work to do to improve the store and get it reopened. It's about $572,000 of improvements that need to be made. And the United Market is going to take on those improvements. They have asked for one upfront contribution from the UG towards those improvements. It's $150,000 that we call a pre-opening fund, and they would submit costs and certify those costs, and we would reimburse those costs up to $150,000. There are some clawbacks in the agreement if for some reason those funds are misused in any way, or if there is a default within the first 12 months, then we can go and get that money back. Also, with respect to the economics, the manager here would pay the UG a $5,000 a month occupancy fee for the opportunity to manage the facility. The occupancy fee doesn't kick in for the first 12 months. It's sort of abated for that period as they ramp up and stabilize the store. But after that, you would get $5,000 a month of an occupancy fee that would increase thereafter at 3% a year. Now, for all of the occupancy fee that we collect, if they exercise their option to purchase later, we have agreed that we would give a credit against the purchase price for any occupancy fee actually paid and collected by the UG. Now, the manager is taking on all the operational risk of the facility, all the operating costs, all the inventory, all the equipment and fixtures, all the advertising. All of that is to be paid for by the manager out of the operating costs, operating revenue for the store. The UG does have an opportunity to participate in the upside if the store is incredibly successful, and so we could get up to 5% of the net operating income after all of the expenses are paid, after the manager recoups their costs, and it includes a management fee that they would collect before we would participate. But once you get to net operating income, they have agreed that the UG could share 5% of the NOI. The management agreement is very detailed and in some ways similar to the agreement we had with the Merck about the opportunity to audit expenses and look at budgets in advance and so forth. The United Market, as you know, has opened other stores and intends to have some efficiencies in the way that they operate the bakery or certain packaged goods. And so we have a provision in there about this one particularly, that the cost sharing needs to be allocated in a way that is fair and reasonable. And we can take a look at that and make sure that none of the costs are disproportionately pushed to any particular place. All of the employees of the grocery store will be hired by the manager. They are not UG employees. They will all be managed and retained by United Market. But they do agree to actively use their best efforts to recruit, hire, and retain residents of Kansas City, Kansas, especially those that live in close proximity in adjacent neighborhoods with respect to the store. We talked about this before. I know in the spring, it was important to have a continuously operating store. They say that they'll do that. There are minimum hour requirements. They say that they agree to accept EBT and SNAP payments, and so on and so forth. There are also provisions about repair and maintenance obligations. The day-to-day maintenance of this facility is really going to go to the manager. The UG, as the owner, will maintain some obligations for structural repairs, foundation or capital repairs while we're in a management agreement situation, which is very standard for this type of arrangement. There is also an exclusivity provision where for the initial term, for the first 3 years of this relationship, we agree that we will not sell or lease UG-owned property to another competitive grocery store within a 1-mile radius of this site. Now, we talked about this before. We got some feedback from the committee in the spring. This does not apply to land bank property. And it also doesn't apply to ancillary grocery uses where the primary use is not a grocery store like this one, but incidental grocery sales or a farmer's market for local producers, a pharmacy. Those things are not viewed as competitive under this exclusivity provision. I'll say one last thing that I alluded to earlier. There is an option to purchase the store. This team has been very interested in the opportunity to purchase the store at some point. And so there's been a lot of discussion, and there are provisions in there about their option to buy the store from us. And really the thing that we've negotiated is that if they buy within the first 2 years of this arrangement, that we would sell it for an amount that does not exceed $3.2 million. Well, why that number? There is currently an appraisal of this site for that number. And I think they would probably tell you, we're going to go in there, open the store, turn it into a live business that is probably worth more. If that happens within the first 2 years and they exercise, the maximum amount that they would pay is $3.2 million. After 2 years, if they exercise after that, it's fair market value, whatever the appraised value at that time is what they would pay, again, minus any occupancy fee we had collected. The other thing that exists in the management agreement is a right of first refusal. If we decide we want to go sell the store, market the store, have somebody come in and a third party that is not them that says that they would like to buy it at a set price, we have to show it to them first. They have a right to match that opportunity, given that they're the operator. And so we have given them a right of first refusal. In either situation, if we do wind up selling it to them, everyone has agreed that there would be a restriction, a covenant that would say, hey, if this is sold, it's not to change the use to something else. This thing needs to remain a grocery store for at least 10 years after the sale. And United Market has agreed to that as well. If we sell that, you could expect there are also covenants, restrictions, easement agreements about cross parking and how all of that works. So, but those are the big picture terms, which again, I think are very consistent with the LOI that you approved in the spring. So, Mr. Chairman, I'll stop there if you like. The team does have a presentation I know that they'd like to offer at some point about their vision for the store. And that's what I've got.
Okay, yeah, let's move forward with United Market's presentation.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to be here again. I believe you've seen probably most of our presentation before, but just kind of wanted to briefly go over it as we do have some success stories now. Since last time we met, we were able to open the United Market on 31st and Prospect.
Before we go, and can you just introduce yourself?
Yes. Yeah. Sure. My name is Anthony Estrada. So I'm with United Market. I'm the owner operator of the 31st and Prospect location. I'm super excited to be able to duplicate our success over there at 31st and Prospect. I don't know if you guys have had a chance to go look at it, but I'm very proud of it. It's a community, a lot of positive feedback. It's clean and organized, and we have a well-stocked grocery store for the community. So We'd like to bring that same concept here to Kansas City, Kansas. Some people have asked why 2 grocery stores, and I can tell you from experience that it's so much easier to support 1 grocery store if you have another one. It kind of duplicates your resources when it comes to finding staff and being able to use staff at either store, especially skilled staff, like meat cutters and cake decorators and, people that are trustworthy. So that's kind of our goal. This store will be a little bit unique. It's first of all, the Merc is a beautiful store. It was built very nicely. The fixtures are very nice. So our goal is to bring a full service store back into the community. Just because it closed, of course, there became a food access gap. There's transportation burdens in the area where customers aren't able to shop close to their home. Of course, there's economic activity loss, community frustration. I know I've heard a lot of the frustration from some Kansas City, Kansas residents about the store closing, and of course, it disrupted their daily routines. Restoring food access to downtown Kansas City, Kansas is our primary focus. It's a challenge. This store is only 13,000 square feet, and that is our biggest challenge, is how do you get as many groceries as you can and as many, we call it SKU counts, but variety of items into a 13,000 square foot box. And that's where the funding comes about, because we're going to have to remodel it. That's the bottom line, is we're going to have to add some shelving. We're going to have to move some meat cases around so we can put a full service meat case in there. I wanted to add a bakery for Scratch Bakery. And then I also wanted to add, I realize people may not know this, but it doesn't have a designated produce cooler in the back room where you can store fresh produce. Right now, it's kind of a shared cooler. So our goal is we have to actually physically build a cooler panel by panel inside that back room. So that's kind of our goal. And that's where a lot of the cost is going into, is to reallocate some of the equipment that's already there and then add to that. So I put that once we have possession, it's going to be 1 to 3 months. It'll probably be more like 3 months, maybe even 4. There's going to be some delays on ordering the coolers and getting the equipment into the store and getting it installed. So as far as filling it up and everything, we can typically do that pretty fast, within 2 weeks. I am excited to announce that I made a lot of comments on the Missouri side about hiring local people and making an impact in the community. And I'm happy to report that within 4 hours, we hired 50 local residents into that store. So it was great. It was amazing. We had open interviews. We had lines out the door. There's 4 of us interviewing. So we're going to duplicate the exact same thing. We'll have open interviews and support the local community here. Full service supermarket, I've already talked about this. It's going to have fresh produce. My design and plans are already expanding produce, expanding the bakery selections, the grab and go sections. I wish it was bigger, because one of our biggest hits at Prospect is a salad bar. And I just can't fit a salad bar in that store. Anyway, I try. We will have pre-made salads, and that's grab and go items. Full service meat department. A lot of our stores in town are actually going away from meat cutters, and they're shipping in their meat already cut. So I've kind of committed myself to keep the meat cutters and continue to cut our meat, because that's where you get the freshest type of meat, is when you cut it there daily for the customer. And we're going to focus on customer service. We actually put it in our name. It's called United Market Fresh and Friendly. Did that for a reason, so it would remind not only our staff, but kind of the customers can hold us accountable to that. So there's some solutions for the market, comprehensive product range. So I talked about that already, just expanding our product selection, maximizing our store format. We're going to collaborate with local vendors as well. Value-driven approach. We have weekly ads, and on top of that, we'll have manager specials as well every week. And then we're going to have, actually, what I did at 31st and Prospect was I created a pricing strategy. So typically, we don't know what we pay for items. We just are hungry, we go to the store, but we can kind of feel the items that we normally buy. We call them known value items. And those known value items are the ones that we're going to focus on and make sure we're priced right, because that's what keeps the consumer coming back. For example, you may always drink Folgers coffee. Well, you're going to know the price of Folgers coffee. So that's kind of the pricing strategy. It's a low margin pricing strategy. On top of that, we layer in an ad every week for the consumer. We recently even just had a 2-day meat sale at the store just to kind of keep customers coming back and keeping them in the store. This is just a one-year financial projection, and I really just wanted to break down the pie of a grocery store. 61% is going to be groceries. I estimate 15% is going to be meat department, which we call the center of the plate. If you can capture the consumer with a good meat item and the produce, they're going to continue to come back into your store. And bakery deli at 10%. I did put some trade area maps. This is cell phone data from Placer AI. And it's just kind of interesting where our customers shop in the area. And if you can take a look at here, this was an extra interesting slide for me, because if you can see that 34.4%, that means 34% of the customers in the area actually float. And a floating customer means they don't really have a home store. They like to go to multiple stores at one time. So they may go to Walmart, then they may go to Sunfresh and Rio Bravo. So there's not really a dedicated, like, hey, this is my only store I shop at. So that's the type of customer that we kind of focus on and try to get them to be raving fans as they come through the door, and they'll continue to support your store. Community impact. So obviously it's closed now, so there's a lot less traffic in the area. So once it reopens, there's going to be local jobs created, economic revival, improved safety, just basically from the traffic. The lighting's going to be there. It's going to be a little bit more excitement on that corner. So that alone is going to improve the safety of the area. This is about myself. I've already explained to you guys that I've been in the grocery business my entire life. I started pushing carts at the age of 16. I just never left. So I did spend most of my career, I was born and raised Kansas City, Missouri, but I spent most of my career in Kansas City, Kansas. So I've actually been a director of Sunfresh, Price Chopper. I've been a district manager in this area for the last 7 years as well, and a support role where I supported other operators in any fashion that they needed. Community partnerships, this is important to me. When I was working for other companies, don't want to name them, but I always wanted to support the local churches. And, you can't support everybody. So you had to kind of pick and choose who you supported. They had programs where we would give discounts to churches and nonprofits, but I wanted to expand that. So now at 31st and Prospect, what we did was we're expanding with the local food pantries. We reached out to the churches that are neighboring our store. We put a program together where they send us their order, we gather it for them, and we give it to them at a small margin above cost. What larger companies do is they'll give you a 10% discount. Oh, we'll give you 10%. Well, ours is going to be more than 20% discount, I'll be honest, because it's going to be closer to cost. And I share with them the invoice and everything. So I'm really proud of that. I just feel like their money can go further. Their food pantries are fuller. And that's my way to work with the community instead of against the community. So we've offered that also at the local schools already. We're kind of on a campaign to even help the local small businesses in the area. So there's a lot of local small restaurants that really can't afford to go out and buy from these big supply companies. So my next step is to put a program together for the smaller local businesses that we can help support as well. We're ready to serve. We're going to be, as soon as I can get in there, we'll be assessing what we need to order. We'll get stuff ordered right away. All the equipment I'll order mainly through Associated Wholesale Grocers, which is the wholesaler. They have a design team on staff. I actually have the design of the interior of the store already planned out for me. It is going to be a similar color scheme to the Prospect store. If you guys ever have a chance to go by and look at it, it'll be the similar tones. So it'll be wrapped around so they can kind of get branded together. So I do estimate opening in, I would say 3 to 4 months with the construction that's going to have to be going on. But once we do take over, we'll have somebody in there Monday through Friday starting to clean and get, everything ready for us. I think that's it.
Thank you so much. Okay. Well, let's hear from the community, and then we'll go ahead and have more discussion as a committee. Clerk, Were there any comments for this item?
There were no comments received.
Okay, I do see a hand raised online, so let's get to the online folks.
Yes, we do have 3 hands raised online. We have Eva Garcia Mesa, Carrie McCarthy, and Stephanie Pujo.
Okay, please state your name, city of residence. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, Carrie McCarthy, Kansas City, Kansas. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I just have a couple of questions. The first one is this grocery store management company in any way related to any of the sitting commissioners? And if so, how is it not a conflict of interest for for the UG to own a building or a lot and give it to a relative of a sitting commissioner along with breaks? And my secondary question to follow up on that is, it seems like as taxpayers, we already paid for the MERC and how it was designed with no say in it. And now we're paying for another group to come in and completely remodel. So it seems to me the taxpayers are paying twice for this. So if somebody could help me understand that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have 2 others that are online.
Yes, my name is Stephanie Pujo Birch. I'm a KCK resident. I had a question in regards to if it's valued at 3.2 million and they're paying roughly 5,000 per month, that equates to $60,000 a year. And that is like half of what the property's retail marketed value is in terms of property taxes. So it's what would be received as half. If I'm not understanding that correctly, please correct me. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead and keep track of these questions. We have one last one online.
Eva Garcia Mesa, go ahead.
Thank you so much for letting me speak. Eva Garcia Meza, Kansas City, Kansas. So I also took a moment to look at the agreement. I did look at the revenue sharing component of it. It looks like it allows for the operator to recover its entire startup investment before any of the profit sharing occurs. Is there a cap, or is it just unlimited, whatever it is that they spend? And if there isn't a cap, will there be a final amount of total investment presented to the public or documented so that we know when that profit sharing starts? Additionally, there is a management fee that Mr. Sala kind of went over, but without details. That's $101,000 a year. And the agreement itself says that that operator gets to collect that before any of that profit sharing is calculated for the 5% that goes back to the UG. So that leaves a potential of potentially no profit sharing coming back to the UG. Additionally, the agreement doesn't have explicit KPIs to measure clear objective growth or performance targets to make sure that you are getting to that profitable moment. And my last thing is, why would we agree to capping the assessed value of an asset that the UG has had to buy, maintain, and now reinvest into it when no resident or other commercial property gets the benefit of freezing that property's assessed value? So that just seems like I'd like to understand the logic behind that. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other hands raised online?
I don't see any other hands raised.
Okay, I'll go ahead and close the online portion. For the folks that are here in person, we are taking notes of questions and comments. Would anybody like to speak to this item? Okay, please come. State your name, city of residence. You will have 3 minutes. Thank you for your patience. Oh, Pastor, before you start, can you make sure that mic is on? Yep, it should be green.
There you go. Can you?
Awesome. Yes.
I apologize for that. Good evening. Thank you for allowing me this space. My name is Adrian Robertson, and I am the pastor of Kairos Life Church, 1117 North 5th Street, here in KCK. First of all, Thank you for this possible opportunity to bring the grocery store back to the Northeast. But I just have a couple of questions. And when you talk about hiring, what's that going to look like? We've got a good number of stores in our community where the balance of ethnicity is not balanced. So what's that going to look like when it's down on Fifth Street, when you're talking about having representation from the community? My second question is, when you say giving back to the community, tangibly, what does that look like? Because we have a lot of entities in our community that are stores that I know of giving back anything. And then when you ask them, it's like, well, that's none of your business. That's what I've received. So that's number two. And then number three, this is my own interpretation. There are some stores, like the Mercado store, that is primarily, the foods that are in it are Hispanic based. Real talk, that's my interpretation. Will this store be like that? Or will it be more like a Sunfresh that has I got big hands tonight, I'm sorry. Will it be more like a Sunfresh or a Hy-Vee, even though it's smaller, that has food that everyone might want to buy? Thank you for the time.
Thank you. And again, we are writing all these things down. We are going to go through them. Just want to make sure the community gets their opportunity. Would anybody else like to speak to this item? Yes, please. So your name, city of residence, you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay.
Oh,
I'm Daryl Hall, Kansas City, Kansas. And just from past practice at the merch, one of the ways they gave back was that shared kitchen that they have. And I don't know the plans on their redesigning of the store now, but it helped a lot of entrepreneurs that needed commercial kitchen space. We were able to rent that, and it helped a lot of businesses that way. So I just wanted to know in the future, if you asked if they planned on having that space opened again.
thank you. I've taken note of that question. We will definitely get to that. Any other comments or questions for this item for the folks that are here in person? Okay. All right. I'll go ahead and close the public comment portion. Committee, if you all would just indulge me just for a second. So there were some questions here. The first one I do want to ask Mr. Conway, just our attorney. So there's a question regarding relationship between city commissioner and the folks from the Santa Fe Grocers. Can you just speak to what our ethics policy says about that and how that is getting addressed?
Obviously, the commissioners are subject to the ethics code. I don't know about the relationships between the operator and all of that, but generally, it does extend to the representatives of the UG, which, in the broadest sense, is the electeds, the commissioners, the staff, families, and of that type. So it does go to direct gain, I guess, from for that family and those folks. So I'd have to take I mean, it's kind of a hypothetical. I'd have to take a look at exactly what the relationship and the dollar amounts and how it filters and all that type of thing. But I guess the main takeaway would be that the ethics code does apply, and then it would be a matter of fact specifics.
Sure. I see our deputy chief counsel here, Wendy Green. Would you like to add more to this?
Yes, Wendy Green, Deputy Chief Counsel. If there would be an elected official who was related to anybody operating this grocery store, they would abstain from voting. They would ask the chair, or they would talk to the chair of the committee. So if they were on this committee, they would talk to whoever's the chair at the time, let them know of their conflict and let them know that they didn't think that they should be voting at that time. And if they got permission to abstain from voting, they would abstain from voting. So when it comes time to the evening, when it comes in front of the full commission, if they have a conflict because they are related to, and the ethics code does detail the extent of the relationship. So if they are third cousin twice removed or something like that, that wouldn't be part of the ethics code. But if they're first cousins or if they're aunts, uncles, anything of that nature, siblings, that would be part of the ethics code. So that we would need to take a look at the nature of any relationship. But they could just let the chair know. So in that case, it would be the mayor, or if the mayor wasn't able to serve the pro tem, let them know of the conflict and then just abstain from voting at that time.
Yes, and I believe for the letter of intent, that's exactly what happened, if I'm not mistaken, that specific commissioner did not vote on the letter of intent,
That's
if I
correct.
recall correctly. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, there was another question regarding why the $5,000 a month if the property taxes are a little bit higher. Mr. Lasala, could you speak to that?
Yeah. Part of that question was, hey, if it's worth $3.2 million, we're going to get $60,000 a year. We're not going to get anywhere close to what it's worth. And with great respect, that's probably not the right way to look at it. It is not, again, it's not a lease, but if it were a lease, your rent wouldn't immediately relate to how do we recoup this value in a 3-year period of time. It wouldn't look like that. Similarly, this is a management agreement where they're coming in, operating the store, they're taking all the risk related to the store and its success or failure, and they're frankly putting in most of the capital to get the store back into shape. So the real question about occupancy fee is, what would the market bear? Could you get somebody else to come in here and do the same thing, have this same relationship with us and get this store open again? If you could find somebody to do that for $25,000 a month, we should do that. That's just not what the market is for this. So that's how we landed on that number. And you also have to keep in mind that the UG has a lot invested in this store already from before. I mean, there were decisions made about getting this store open and whether this was a food desert or not. Like, whatever you think about those decisions, they've been made, and there's millions of dollars invested in this store. There are also financing structures in place right now through new market tax credits and a TIF and so forth that need this store to be open to pay off those incentive vehicles. So I think the staff's view of this has been, we want this store open again and as quickly as possible to provide, food to the community and have a grocery store in this neighborhood, but also to start feeding the incentive vehicles that are out there and try and pay off the investment we've already made. And the truth is, you're just not going to be able to do that through an occupancy fee. It would never happen that way.
Gotcha. Thank you. There was another question regarding the grocery store recouping their investment and kind of when the UG will start to profit and what that looks like. Just can you speak to that a little bit, Mr. Lasala?
Sure. The investment that we're talking about is $572,000.
And just to correct, that's the investment from Santa Fe Grocers, not the
correct.
unified government.
That's correct. So to be clear, in terms of recouping that investment, to the extent we spent $150,000 to participate in that, the 572 is going to be minus 150. That's going to be the amount that they pay themselves back first. There were also questions about profit sharing and the management fee, it's $104,000. And that's just, it is a very typical arrangement for a manager who comes in and takes over a facility, whether it's a movie theater or a grocery store, to pay themselves some sort of a management fee. So we thought this fee was reasonable in the scheme of things, and frankly, a fair structural arrangement that looks not dissimilar to other management agreements that we've seen.
Thank you. Almost done, committee. There was another question regarding performance target or any KPIs or anything within the agreement. Can we speak to that as well?
I don't know that there are performance targets. What there are operating budgets that we're going to look at. Everybody involved in this is highly incentivized to turn the store profitable, no more so than the folks sitting to my right, because they are taking on all of the operating risk. If they go spend the $572,000 to get the store open, if they buy all the inventory, if they hire all the employees, they are at risk. We are not backstopping operations in any way. So that's sort of where we are on that.
Okay. And there's another question on why would we cap the property assessed value at the benefit of the operator? Why are we trying to freeze it at 3.2 million?
Yeah, and I think that question was framed in terms of assessed value. It is not about the property tax that's paid there. It's about what happens if they go to buy it. And so the question really is, if they're going to purchase it from the UG, what is it worth? And the market right now today would say it's worth $3.2 million according to this fair market value appraisal. And so I think the concern is, if it's worth $3.2 million today and United Market comes in, invests more capital into the equation, gets the store open, turns the store into a successful going concern, and it's worth more than that right out of the gate, I think they feel like the enhanced value was provided by them. And so the agreement, if they buy it from us early, and we heard this committee say, we want them incentivized to buy this. We do not want to own this store in perpetuity. I think it was a way of providing incentive to get the store sold to United Market somewhere in the first couple of years. And we sort of understood and agreed that if enhanced value beyond $3.2 million early is a result of their investment of capital and their sweat equity, their labor to turn this store into a successful going concern, we thought it was fair to sell it to them for what it's worth right now.
Thank you. Okay, and I do have some questions for Santa Fe grocers, was there any additional information?
I just had a few comments.
Yeah, go for it.
Sorry, as I was sitting here listening. So I wanted to talk about numbers because grocery business is about penny numbers. So the average grocery store, anyone can Google this, the net profit on an average grocery store is about 3% net profit. Everyone thinks because they're selling so many groceries or selling all this that they're making all this money. They're not. The overhead's tremendous. I'm learning that now more than ever at Prospect, trust me. So our trash alone is $1,200 a month just to take out the trash. So everyone believes in their mind because they hear the registers ringing that that's what happens. So out of that 3%, the average grocery store markup is 28%. Out of that 28, you're going to use 14% for labor. Out of the 14%, you're really left with about 3 pennies for every dollar that you sell. And then when there's theft involved, that takes away from that net. So we have to remember that the Merc wasn't successful. It wasn't profitable. I'm not taking over a profitable business. If I was, we wouldn't be having this discussion at all. We would be paying rent. We would be paying the lease amount, that whatever the average market rate is per square foot, and we would be glad to take it over. But this is our risk. And I think that's what sometimes we forget, is that we are taking that risk. I believe in the project. I've seen its success at the other side of the state line, and I believe in my experience has led me here. And I'm willing to take that risk, but it doesn't come without an investment, and that investment is very large. There was concern on my thought. You have to think about, let's say someone comes in and buys the store for $5 million and it's not me, then all of a sudden they tell me, well, I'm the new landlord. I want you to pay $50,000 a month now. There's no way we would keep the store open. It would close. That store doesn't have enough capital to spend $50,000 a month in rent. So I was trying to find a way to protect the store, to keep it as a grocery store for the long term, not just the short term. So when I'm talking about recuperating those funds, you know, I'm going to have loans out there that I'm going to be repaying for the investment that I made, you know, in the store. So that's why I need to recuperate the funds, because the small profit I am making, it's going to go towards recuperating and paying off the loans. So I want to stabilize the store before I'm able to make it successful. So I estimate over a year for it to stabilize. It's not going to happen overnight, especially when you have initial investment and you're making payments on that initial investment and you're trying to keep the store going in the right direction. So
Understood.
I think there's a lot of things like that people don't consider sometimes in the background. And I was listening to the pastor about contributions. Well, unfortunately, since the margins are so small, that's why a lot of these bigger companies limit their contributions, because sometimes there's just not a lot to contribute. You know, so I will contribute any way I can, and that's why I came up with a program on the Missouri side where I give them a percentage above cost, because that's my way that I can contribute, and I feel comfortable that it's not going to affect the store in a negative way as well. So you got to find the balance. I mean, I know the responsibility of owning a grocery store now. I know that people's families and lives depend on me being successful, and I take that very seriously. So,
While you were there on your soapbox, so I want to ask, in alignment with that, there was a question about hiring and a question about reflecting and representing a community within those hiring decisions. So can you all just speak to what your plans are for outreach and things of that nature?
yeah. So this is what we did previously: is we had open hiring events, and we actually created a 2-page questionnaire for interview questions, and every single interviewer asked the exact same questions, to be fair. And I did that for a reason, so that we are fair, you know. And then we sat down as a committee, and then we decided who to hire based on their qualifications. Attitude was important to us, and their ability and willingness to join our team and do a good job. After that, we held an orientation session and we communicated our priorities, in particular, safety and attitude and attendance and presentation and the way they present themselves. So we will do our best, is all I can tell you. We will look for the most qualified candidates. I will say that even today, I'm getting about a dozen applications a day at Prospect. It's amazing. And, you know, I feel like we did a good job reflecting our community at Prospect, and I hope to continue that here as well.
Thank you. You had already spoken about the what giving back to the community looks like, and it's the contribution and what you're wanting to do for small businesses. Along with that, there's the kitchen space that the MERC used, right? Kind of the shared space for community gatherings. Can you speak to what the plans are for that space?
So unfortunately, that was a difficult decision, and I'll be honest, because I love to help. However, what the MERC did was not successful. That did not help them create revenue to pay the bills at the end of the month. And so based on that, I want to turn that into an actual food center. So we're trying to create a menu with smash burgers and all types of other items that people can come in and grab quickly. So it'll be similar to like a deli, like a hot food deli is what we're looking at to creating in that space. And then those tables are going to become the cafe area for people to have lunch. Right now there's 2 cafes. So my goal is to take out the other cafe that's inside the store footprint and add shelving on there so that I can add variety, so I can keep the customer in the store. So I was going to add an additional 2 more grocery aisles into that store, which it desperately needs, and then switch over that area into a cafe and like a deli type area.
Thank you. Last one, and then committee. Want to hear you all's thoughts. Can you speak to the food options that are available? I think there were some comments that were made, just knowing the different stores that you all operate, and some of them may have more Latin options, others you have other options. So can you speak to what the vision is for food options?
So I think he mentioned Sunfresh, and I was actually the director of Sunfresh for about 7 years. So I'm familiar with the format, and that is the format that I was going to follow. So the reason I called it United Market is because I want to bring everyone into that community. It's very diverse. We're studying the numbers. We have the population and demographic numbers. We've studied them extensively. So yes, I will have Hispanic cuts of meat, but I will have traditional cuts of meat as well. And that's the goal. The goal is to embrace and then serve everyone in that community, not just one demographic or the other. And I think that's sometimes where stores fail because they only go after one demographic or maybe one audience when you really want to incorporate everyone in town. Produce selection is going to be diverse as well. Bakery, we'll have different types of bakery products, you know, so it'll be as well-rounded as we can in 13,000 square feet.
Thank you so much. Okay, committee, you all have been patient. I really appreciate it. Yes, Commissioner Burns.
Yes, Mr. Estrada, I think you're aware that the grocery store would be located in the district that I represent and closely with my counterpart in District Number 1. Question, and I know you brought it up before the full commission before. Can you speak as to security?
Yes, so we haven't talked about security yet, I'll be honest. So as you know, I have a security background, but we trained our staff on de-escalation techniques before the store opened. We do have security at the store we're at now. We work well with the security company. I have not got bids on security at that store, but we do plan to have some type of security presence. I believe in the past, the Merc had security in the evening time, you know? I don't remember. I went in there a few times and they had off-duty officers, I believe, in the evening time. So I'm open to look for an off-duty officer or a security company or someone that can help us kind of keep everyone safe. So I know that security is a upfront concern. I just don't know the extent of what the district is right now. And honestly, I feel pretty safe, you know, in that district. You know, I've been there and I haven't seen, you know, some homeless random, you know, people. One thing I did mention is I will not be selling alcohol in the store. I did use that space to create more grocery space as dairy products, you know, fresh dairy products. So I don't know if that will help, but sometimes that tends to help when you don't have alcohol in your store. So we will build a security protocol, and if you'd like to see it before we open, I'll be glad to share it.
Regarding the community room that used to be in the back where they'd have its small room, are you extending that to the grocery store because of the space?
Yes, yes, and that's where the food is going to be. The hot food is, we're going to serve hot food out of there. That's where we want to have any type, we're working on the menu, but I know that I want to do smash burger, something other different than what's already in the area. So we're trying to create some variety in that area.
So that no longer will be a community room.
That's right. It will no longer be. It'll be a cafe for people to have lunch, and it'll be a more of a hot food area.
Okay. Well, I appreciate your efforts. Thank you very much.
Okay. Other questions? Yes, Commissioner Howard.
Howard, District 1. Thank you for the presentation. I do have one question. This may be for Assistant County Administrator Rodney Lucas. Did we waive our occupancy fees?
At the Merc? We were not receiving, I don't think we were receiving an occupancy fee at the Merc. In fact, you were subsidizing the Merc.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, we were subsidizing a lot of things for the Merc.
Yeah.
Other
Commissioner.
questions? Yes, Commissioner Stites.
Stites District 7. Todd, if you don't mind, would you go over what the current payment schedule is outside of this project? Right now, what's the UG on the hook for every month or 2 months or whatever our payment schedule is? Because we're paying.
That's right.
And I'm not here to point fingers at any past commissions or bad deals or that we had in the past. But my opinion, it was a bad deal in the past. And here we are forced, I say forced, we're trying to right that ship right now to get us back on track. I have a couple more, but I would like to know what that.
Commissioner, with great respect, I'm going to ask Dr. Knieven to step in here because I know she has command of these numbers in a way that's better than I do.
Yeah, thank you. We've got three different financing sources for the MERC. There was the LISC loan, and we pay 167,000 and some change a year. So divide that by 12. That's fully paid for by the general fund. But this morning at the American Royal Subcommittee, there was a recommendation to use some of those funds to retire that debt early and save about $670,000 in interest. The second is we have a TIF on that project. So the tenant will pay property taxes, and the property taxes they pay go to help pay for that debt. And that is about $60,000 to $70,000 a year, going from memory. And so divide that by 12. And then the third is part of a TIF. There's a sales tax TIF, which there are bonds on that as well. And so as long as there's no tenant, there's no revenue to pay the TIF bonds, both property taxes and the sales taxes. And the sales taxes is roughly 60,000. So you've got 167,000 LISC plus between the two bonds that are issued, about 130,000. So that's how much annually that we are putting into or required to repay those loans and debt. When the building is occupied, the TIF, both the property tax portion and the sales tax portion are generally paid for by the generation. We have dedicated our sales tax to help pay for some bonds that we get from that, that the citizens pay when they go to that location. And then the tenant does pay the property taxes, and then that goes to help pay those debts. So it is important to us to get a tenant in order to pay for those outstanding debts. Those are previous obligations back from when this was originally done. So that's a little bit of information I can share with the committee, the real detailed finite numbers on the, after this meeting. I can send that to you.
Okay. So of the 167, you said that there was, and I know we're talking about that one-time $5 million injection that we have to disperse by 2020, end of this year, right? Is that correct?
The subcommittee is required to make a recommendation by July 3rd to the full commission. So they will make a recommendation, and then that can be, they completed their work for the final amount of the allocations. You all have approved as a commission to previous actions. And then you guys, there's not a deadline on when you have to decide, but we had recommended the full outstanding balance of the LISC loan be repaid, which is, I'm going to round up, 630,000. And based on all the other competing needs that the committee's bringing forward, it ended up being maybe 530,000 of that the American Royal money would pay. So we would still have to make a general fund contribution for a year, but then we would repay it early, which we can do with that loan, and we would save, we'll have to rerun the numbers on how much interest we'll save. But if we repay the whole loan, like with that money, we saved $670,000, as well as that annual amount that we're paying for the principal.
So of the $500,000 going towards the 630, that's about $130,000 difference to retire that loan.
Yes.
Right? And I think there's been some good points that have been brought up about deals that have been made in the past. And I mean, now, I mean, we're hearing that it's not just $150,000, right, that we're putting into this. It's almost $750,000 going into it, right? Because well, 650, because we're putting additional $150,000 into this ask, which is, you know, the ask of 572. That's what the investment that you all are going to make. But of that $572,000, you're asking us to contribute another $150,000, right? So what I'm getting at by saying that is if we were to take that $150,000, just that line item, and I know it's easy for me just to say it, quickly. But that's the difference in what makes us be able to retire that debt totally. $150,000. We really only need $130,000 to retire that. And when you talk about the savings of the interest long-term, well, there's zero interest once you retire it totally. So there was some pushback. I mean, I brought it up before that I didn't like that we are putting more money out of general funds to, again, subsidize. Now, with all this being said, here's what I'm going to tell you all. I like the idea of good groceries being downtown. I think the people well deserve it. They need it. Good quality food is very important. I don't like the continuing that chasing what I would consider a bad deal, throwing good money after bad deals. And we did that in the first time. And I'm not pointing fingers at any other. And then also the $60,000 rent, if you will, saying that, well, in 1 year, to me, it seems like there should be a built-in escalator. If it is successful in 1 year, maybe that 5,000 goes to, you name the number, right? That it gets, that as the model is proved out, then rent then goes up, and not just being froze at the $60,000 for, or $5,000 a month for 3 years.
There isn't, this is not what you just said, so I heard you. There is an escalator. It's not flat, it's 3% a year going forward. So there is a CPI escalator.
Okay, and I think there was a point that was made, and I feel it and I understand it. As our taxes, and I'm talking about taxes of probably every single person in this room, are property taxes that are going up over and over and over. I haven't seen a 3% increase in my property taxes in forever, right? 10%, 11%, 15%, 18%.
But this is not the property tax. They're paying the property taxes. What we're talking about is 3% on what is it's not rent, but it's equivalent to rent. And you're not seeing rents in the commercial market go up by 10%. That's just not, we're a little bit apples and oranges here because
and I apologize if I got
that's okay.
that. But so the tenant is paying full property tax
Yes.
on that. And what is property tax on that facility
We
today?
78,789 in 2000. About almost $80,000.
So it was about 78,000.
78,708. I'm sorry. $78,789 in 2024.
Gotcha. So almost $80,000 in property taxes. Okay. Please continue, Commissioner Stites.
Okay, well, I think that probably, Todd, and I appreciate you clarifying that. The 60,000, the $5,000 a month goes 3% annually?
Yes.
Okay, which is, okay. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Dr. Knieven, you had a question or a comment?
Just information to share. Shelley Knieven, CFO. An additional point, and I don't think you need to address it today, but I wanted to share it because with Commissioner Bynum, I'm sure she would have. The committee talked about that rent payment, which would stay the same per this agreement. But an idea was to earmark those dollars to help repay the debt. So we could pay it earlier as fast as we could. Those two bonds I'm talking about, you can do early redemption starting in 2028. So this would help us pay them off sooner. And again, that saves interest. We're kind of already down this path, so we're just trying to figure out the best way to unwind this in terms of financially save some money. So food for thought, passing it along. Don't think anything in the agreement would need to change, but that's a policy consideration that'll likely come up as to whether or not we earmark these dollars to repay these specific debts until they're repaid. So just FYI.
I appreciate that. There's a lot of need in our community, right? Sidewalks, potholes, streets, I mean, you name it, curbs. So to earmark additional money and take away from general fund, I'm gonna be honest with you, what I would like to see is that our contribution of $150,000 towards the 572 go away.
And that's right? This is the same conversation we had when we approved the LOI in February or April, right? Like that was a sentiment that was there. It made the LOI, the commission approved the LOI, and we negotiated this management agreement with that number in here because we previously agreed that that was okay. So we've spent the last 4-ish months negotiating with United Market based on that number because it was a deal term. It was in the LOI. So that's why we're here.
I understand it's late in the game to make that decision, but when we look at that, we still owe on a loan of 630, and it seems like we have the capability of 500,000 that we have
Yeah,
to
and
go off to repay that loan. I would sure like to see that the 130 go so that we can get that loan off our books and not pay another penny of interest. That's my opinion. I don't know what the 150 goes for, and maybe you can help. Of the 572, can you not do what you want to do with 422? And I know that, I'm just asking because
No, it's a valid point. So I've helped open other grocery stores, and typically when you take over a space as the landlord, they offer you tenant improvement money, and that's kind of what that falls under. So I know it says 572, but that does not include the inventory we're going to buy to open the store, and also the cash registers and everything of that sort. So the inventory is going to be another 300,000. So really, it's closer to $1 million that we're kind of looking at. So we were kind of thinking about that 10%. That's how we came up with the 150 would be a little bit of a help to pay for some of the deposits, and that's going to go towards the equipment. I'll be honest, it can go straight to Associated Grocers. They're the ones I'm going to buy the equipment from. And they initially, to order equipment, you need deposits to order equipment. Usually they ask for a half up front on some of the equipment. So that was kind of our initial agreement because I felt like we're taking a huge risk that the landlord should also have a little bit of assistance in the process.
Yeah.
And that's just a typical deal for us when we open a grocery store. I haven't done this on my own, so Prospect was the first one I did on my own. I certainly don't want to bring up that agreement, but they assisted us a lot to open, and I'm very grateful. City's been great to work with, and I appreciate everyone's efforts here as well. So our goal is just to open a store and have it be successful in every way we can, and for the long term. So any assistance, I mean, I would be glad to take more assistance if I know it's not available, but more would even be better. 50-50, I take half the risk, you guys take half the risk. I think that would be fair. Right now I'm taking 90% of the risk, and I'm asking for you guys to take 10% of the risk.
Yeah.
So I think that's where, in my opinion, is I'm not getting a good deal. I know, I don't know. I wasn't a part of the previous agreements, but I did open the Merc. I did try to steer them away from that concept. They didn't listen. I was a district manager in the area, and I assisted open that store. So it was a difficult decision, but I don't have a clear answer, to be honest with you. I'm going to do my best, as I can promise you that. And my intentions are good. And I want to have a good, successful grocery store for not only all of us, but especially for the community. But I think 10% of the risk is more than fair. And as a matter of fact, we're over here getting nervous now because
Understood.
the amount of risk that
Understood.
that we're gonna
It's a
take,
lot. It's a
Yeah.
lot. Yeah. Before we continue, I know, yes, Commissioner Pacheco, I know you've been ready. Please.
Thank you, Commissioner Pacheco, District 5. Let me see here. So I think this is probably a better question for Dr. Knieven. One more time, could you state the total debt that we still owe? you've
I
said it.
apologize in terms of the total principal. I don't have that right here, but I will share that with you right after the meeting. It was in the American Royal packet because we were talking about that. It originally was principal of $7 million. And then it was three components. And so our annual amount that we pay is 167 to LISC and around 130 between the two TIF bonds that are outstanding. And if there's no tenant, that's 100% what we pay. And the tenant helps to pay those TIF bonds. I did want to just share just a quick reminder, as we're talking about those American Royal funds, on one of the first lists of things to fund, Commissioner Burns could jump in here too, sorry. The $150,000, if you recall, the committee and the commission approved that 150 would come from that American Royal Fund, not the general fund, because we have so many competing needs. And the American Royal Fund has to be used for economic development type activities. So that 150, and I get you're having the policy of should you do it at all, understood, but I'm just making sure I share that. And then the second part was discussed today was to help repay this LISC loan. There were other recommendations, Commissioner, on other types of things, and certainly that could be the commission's full discussion. Ultimately, I think they are talking about July 16th for the full discussion of how those final dollars get allocated. So you all could certainly talk about that.
Thank you. Commissioner Pacheco.
I appreciate, oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, you were up. I'm sorry. I'm just blurting out like
I have a couple more questions, but if you have something on your.
No, I just want to say this, and I'm not asking these questions because I heard the comment of, well, possibility of it, we'll just walk away. And that's not why I'm asking these questions. It's just that we are responsible to everyone. And, it's very, I'm not asking the questions to potentially have you walk away, whether that's your decision, what you do though. It's just the amount that we have invested, that we're already out there exposed on this deal. We got to get it fixed somehow. So that's not the reasoning for my questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Pacheco, do you have more questions? Thank you, Commissioner Stites.
Thank you, Commissioner. And thank you, Dr. Knieven, for just kind of laying that out. So to me, I think the biggest lever here is that, and Dr. Knieven has already said it twice, is that we have to have a tenant. Otherwise, we're on the hook for even more, right? So like without a tenant, we're just siphoning away money like hand over fist every month at a worse rate. So to me, we need a tenant. What we have here is a tenant who is willing, and I kind of did the math on my own paper here, but yeah, they're taking pretty much about 85 to 90% of the overall risk to open up the store. So in my opinion, this is a lower risk deal if you don't include all what happened in the past, right? I mean, if you included everything that happened in the past, you say, man, we're still on the hook for this and that. But you almost can't really look at it that way because without this deal, we're in a worse spot regardless. That's my viewpoint. Absolutely, I echo the sentiment of Commissioner Stites that we absolutely have to be prudent with the dollars that we ask our community to pay. But I think it also is a very important point that $150,000 is coming from not really separate, but I mean, kind of dollars that are used in that particular fashion that can't be used any other way for this upfront cost. I don't really have too many other questions. I just want to really make the point that if we do not have a tenant in that space, we're in a worse spot financially. And up until this point, I didn't see anybody else knocking down the doors to fill the space. I'm not trying to paint it as like, oh gosh, we're between a rock and a hard spot and we just got to take any deal that comes our way. But this is not a horrible deal. One in which, once again, I will say we're taking only about 10 to 15% of the risk. One quick question actually for Todd, actually, that I wrote down. I just want to make sure. The $150,000 with the clawbacks, let's say these guys are horrible at doing business and they go belly up. Is part of the clawback could we claw back some of the money for default? You said, I just wanted to confirm that.
Yeah, if it happens within the first year, if they default within the first year, we can we can go after them. I mean,
Yeah.
go after them for the entire $150,000.
And Mr. Estrada, you have 34 years in the business, you said?
Uh,
Yeah. Yes,
Yeah. And how has the beginning of the Prospect store gone?
very positive.
Very positive financially. I've looked at a little bit, not enough to stay publicly or whatever, but I think you're doing very well there. And my point is, this is a person who, as we spoke about in the spring, somebody who has experience, who's done it already on the other side of the state line, who's willing to take most of the risk. I just don't see why we're not completely jumping on something like this, guys. So, final point is somebody who's taking all the risk, $150,000 if they're horrible at doing business, which we don't have much of a track record to say that they would be, because they've been in the business for the better part of 3 decades, that we could still get back our $150,000 that we have to use in a certain way anyway. To me, it's all looking at risk versus benefit, and I don't see a whole lot of risk compared to the potential benefit of that space. Thank you.
Thank you. And just one more question to Mr. Estrada and Ms. Turley. How many current locations do you all have? I know there are multiple under different names, but what's the count right now?
Just one.
Under Santa Fe Grocers.
Oh, under Santa Fe? No, none.
None under
We
Santa Fe
created that
Grocers.
LLC
Gotcha.
for this project.
Gotcha. But I know for United Market, for Mercado Fresco, for
Yes.
those other locations, how many are you all associated with?
I'm associated with them, Mercado Fresco, as I help open all those stores as well.
Gotcha. How many have you opened?
In town, 10, and we're working on a couple more right now.
Okay, so quite a track record here that we are discussing to Commissioner Pacheco's point. Okay, committee, this is an actionable item. And so we will have to make a decision on what the recommendation would be. Yes, Commissioner Burns.
Are you asking for a motion?
Yes, you beat me to it.
Gladly. I make a motion to approve this agreement and fast track it to the July 2nd meeting.
Pacheco, second.
Okay, there is a motion made by Commissioner Burns and a second by Commissioner Pacheco. Before we vote, yes, Commissioner Stites.
Stites District 7. And just for clarification, what is the reasoning for fast tracking? I didn't ever hear that. Yeah, always, when we're asked of that, it seems like more and more we're being asked to fast track.
Sure.
I would just like to know,
Ms. Osala.
what's the reason?
I wanted to get in there so I can start ordering the cases and everything, and I haven't had access to the facility. So once the agreement is approved, I'll take all the responsibility, liability insurance. I'll have staff in there starting to work. So the longer it prolongs, the longer it's going to take me to open the store.
Thank you. All right. The motion was made by Commissioner Burns, second by Commissioner Pacheco. Clerk, can we get the roll?
Roll call. Stites,
Aye.
Pacheco,
Aye.
Burns,
Aye.
Howard,
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
The vote is 5-0. The motion carries.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
See you Thursday. Okay. While we are transitioning, our next item is the Reinvestment Housing Incentive District Policy. And we need folks from our Economic Development Department. Okay. And I think we have a slideshow or some visuals for the community as well. All right. We are ready when you all are.
Almost there. I'm getting there. All right. Thank you. I am Judd Knapp. I work for Economic Development. We're going to talk about the Reinvestment Housing Incentive District, or RHID. We're going to talk about the policy adoption.
Mr. Knapp, can you just pull the microphone closer just to make sure folks can hear you? Thank you.
All right, so why do we need RHID? So first of all, we have a housing need. We had a housing study done in 2023. It says we have a housing shortfall of 6,000 units by 2030. And then what's the number one thing that like stops homes from being built? And that's infrastructure. So we've seen this next equation down there. I've showed it a few times on my presentations. It's the sale price minus cost of build equals the funding gap. Basically, if that equation is positive, homes get built. If that equation is negative, the developer needs an incentive to build those homes. So on the sale price side, that's pretty much based on what the banks will loan. And the banks determine that by comp sales. So if there's no comp sales in the area, that number is low. Something that we do have control over is cost to build. In my 6 years in the land bank, we've really focused on this, reducing that cost to build. But the RHID program actually lowers the cost to build because it allows future property tax revenue generated to pay for the infrastructure. So it spreads out the cost and it actually lowers the cost to build to make that funding gap number positive so a building could happen. So what is RHID? It's a state authorized incentive. The policy that we've provided you mirrors the state statutes. So whatever in the state statutes is in that policy. It's very similar to a TIF district. The only difference really is this is for residential only. TIF district, you could also do industrial and commercial. The state law has a maximum term of 25 years at 75% reimbursement. The one difference in the UG policy that you have is we did 20 years at 60%. Here's a nice little infographic of the eligible costs that the RHID will cover. One difference within RHID versus the TIF, rehab is covered. And then there is a second story commercial involved. If there's a building in the downtown that is being rehabbed and they're going to use residential and everything above the first story, they could use RHID funds. Here's a little like financial model example of how the RHID program works. Before the development, there's vacant lots. For this model, I used 50 lots that we had, and that gives the UG about $3,000 per year. And those were non-land bank lots, by the way. And then during the RHID term of 20 years, homes are built, a tax increment is generated, and that tax increment is $130,000. That's 50 new homes at $300,000. So the little pie graph down there, the developer reimbursement, 60%, that's the amount that goes back to pay back the infrastructure, to pay off that RHID loan. And then the UG share during this time, so this is what will actually be added to our coffers during this time, is $52,000 per year. After the RHID term is over in 20 years, the city receives that full $130,000. The results from this, from this model, we get 50 new homes, we get updated infrastructure, we get a stronger community. 50 new homes should bring about 130 new people that live in our community, and then we also get increased tax revenue. A little quick process of how this works. The developer will apply for it, provide us with financial information, and fund up a funding agreement. The staff will do an internal review to make sure all the project costs are eligible for it. We are requiring an independent feasibility study that will verify if it's a good plan or not. Then the next two are kind of interchangeable. They kind of happen at the same time. UG and state approval. The RHID is a little different because the state has to approve them too. But the UG has to pass a resolution creating that district. And then the public hearing is when we create the ordinance. And then we go to project construction and then the reimbursement period. So we have had incentives fail in the past, and we're going to learn from those mistakes that we made before. The past challenge is that projects didn't fully build out. UG assumed the financial risk, so the UG backed the loans. And we also have infrastructure that we still have that problem today. What are we going to do differently with this policy that we're enacting here? We're going to do pay-as-you-go. That's the developer carries the financing risk, not the UG. So if they don't build it out, they lose that money, not the UG. So how will staff review these projects? There is a built for analysis that's involved, and that's basically, can the project proceed without the RHID funding? If it's yes, they don't get the RHID money. If it's no, they could possibly get it. We're going to look at developer qualifications. Have the developers done this before? And what's their funding? The public benefit, like what's the population increase? What's the impact on the housing inventory? Is there actually an infrastructure need? What's the housing impact going to do? And then how much will the UG receive now versus what it receives in the future? And then I'll hand it over to Michael Sutton to talk about this slide.
Thank you. Michael Sutton, Redevelopment Coordinator. We have received some questions on how RHID is used across the state. And the typical RHID project has been like a greenfield subdivision, 50 to 100 suburban style homes. But I wanted to point out two projects that Topeka was able to do using RHID. One being the Hutch, a $50 million mixed use housing development that will include 192 market rate units, and then also the Union at Tower District, 200, which will include 250 income qualified units. This is a LIHTC project as well, but just to kind of demonstrate the versatility that can be used with this incentive. Thank you.
And that concludes our presentation. You have any questions for me?
Thank you so much. We'll hold off on questions for now. I want to hear from the public. Clerk, were there any comments for this item?
No comments were received.
Are there any hands raised online?
There are no hands raised online.
For the folks here in person, would anybody like to speak to this item? Yes, please come forward. Say your name, city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Megan Painter. I'm a Kansas City, Kansas resident. I am the Director of Neighborhood Development at Build WYCO, formerly Community Housing of Wyandotte County. I would just like to point out that this is one of the only tools that we will have in order to deal with the infrastructure gaps that we are currently basically stopping projects in the Northeast and throughout a lot of land bank land. So this is a particular implementation task that we absolutely need in order to move forward like pretty significant development, especially in the Douglas Sumner neighborhood where we're really focusing right now. We have a lot of great things happening when it comes to moving Douglas Sumner forward. Lissa Marchi just got $3.2 million in brownfields funding. We are probably getting new market tax credits to help with the funding of the housing that we're building in phase 1. I know that there's far more, but this is one of the last pieces of the puzzle in order to take care of the significant infrastructure costs that we have that will basically allow us to double the amount of housing that we can put into the neighborhood. So yeah, I just want to point out that this one, we have found a way to do zero risk to the UG. We're not asking for money, we are asking for a tool. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other folks that are here in person that would like to speak to this item? Okay, I will go ahead and close the public comment portion. Committee, this item is for an action. Are there any questions? Yes, Commissioner Pacheco.
I have questions. I'm ready to-
Oh, okay, all right. If we are ready to go, then is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Okay, there is a motion to approve this item. Is there a second?
Howard, second.
Okay. There's no other. All right, clerk can get the roll.
Roll call. Sights. Pacheco. Burns.
Aye.
Howard.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
The vote is 5-0. The motion carries.
Thank you so much. And just for the folks that are watching again, that vote was to establish the program. And so we know that there are interested parties in using the tool. We're not there yet. We just voted on establishing the program. Just wanted to make sure people knew. Okay. The next item that we have here, I'll let transition happen, is the Midtown Station resolution. There was already a presentation and public comment made for the item. And so I'm going to call UG staff to show us the updates on negotiations. If there are questions to the developer, we will definitely have the podium and stuff ready. But for now, I just want UG staff to talk to us about the update on the negotiations. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Todd LaSala again. I've been asked to give you an update about what has occurred. And I think we have one slide, right? I think we have one slide. Okay. Before I get to the deal terms, I guess I want to tell you exactly what happened and what has transpired since we were last here on June 1st. At EDNF on June 1st, you sent us away and said, go try and negotiate a letter of intent with the developer, get there on the deal terms, see if you can arrive between now and the next EDNF meeting. We have tried to do that. Both sides, I think, have tried to do that. We have not arrived. We have not landed on the terms and conditions of a letter of intent. Here's exactly how that went down. On Monday, June 1st, EDNF gave us the direction to go work on an LOI. The UG staff started working on that literally the next day. It did go to the developer team a week later, Tuesday, June 9th. And we sent it to their council hoping for a response by the following Wednesday, June 17th. The day after the developer received the LOI, they asked for a meeting. There was some attempt to coordinate a meeting on Monday, June 15th. That meeting was scheduled. It was canceled and did not occur for a variety of reasons, including who could be there and who couldn't be there. Commissioner Bynum eventually canceled that meeting. However, the developer did respond and send us a draft of the letter of intent with alternative language, counter proposals on June 17th. We got back to their lawyer the following day, June 18th, and said we are still apart on 3 or 4 significant deal terms. Then really not much happened of substance after that. There was an email from the developer's lawyer on June 24th asking if they were on EDNF, and we said, yes, we are going back and we will discuss the LOI. And so here we are. So I'm going to show you the deal points, and hopefully you can see that. I will show you the areas of materiality where we are still apart. Number one, the land acquisition price. There has been movement here. We are closer on the acquisition price as an aggregate number. The UG has asked for $6.12 million. And the developer has ultimately offered $5.9 million in the aggregate. The big difference here, and the place where I told their counsel that we're apart on June 18th, is the way that those payments are structured. We had proposed flat payments, phase by phase by phase, as in when you take the land down, it's a flat number. The developer has really back-end loaded the payments. So the early phases, they take the land down at $750,000 for the first 2 phases. There's a third phase that is at the number we requested, $1.2 million. And then it's back-end loaded after that, $1.5 million for phase 4 and $1.75 for phase 5. So it's really the structure of the payments where we are apart, and we did share that with them on June 18th. Secondly, when it comes to the tax increment financing and how that's structured, the UG has really proposed 75% of increment to be available for the project, thereby keeping 25% of the increment. And also we have said importantly that if we have components of the project that are star bond components, we want to keep the property tax. We do not want property tax on the star bond portions of the project, which is a pretty consistent policy theme that we have had. There have been a couple of exceptions over the years that were controversial, but that is something we said here. To the extent you get star bond components, we don't want property tax tip. The counter proposal is different. And frankly, I should have something else there. When you look at the phasing, where they've got 100% of the increment they're asking for in phase one, 95% in phase two, and then moving downward to 80% in phase five, that is for the residential components of the project. I think what they've asked for is 85%, a flat number for all of the other commercial components. So this is a way of saying that we are a part on this. Our largest number for increment was 75. The developer is on the residential side asking for 100% for phase one, and then stair-stepping down to 80% in phase five on the residential, and they are flat 85% for commercial. So we are a part on the structure for TIF increment and how we would share it. We are also, let's see, the developer has also requested that if star bonds are ultimately not approved by the state, they are asking for 85% of our sales tax TIF for all phases if star bonds are not approved. And they differed from us on, hey, if there are star bond components of the project, they are still asking for property tax TIF on those components, which, as I mentioned a moment ago, is kind of a policy issue for us. The only other thing that I'll mention of substance is with respect to star bonds, we had asked and left a blank in the LOI for how much are you requesting? What are you asking for? And the developer has not really responded to that question. The language that came back in the LOI talked about how the ultimate star bond amount would be subject to underwriting, which of course we get. We understand that's always the case, but we still have not really been able to understand, even though we have asked for it, what is the request? What do they project? What are they asking for in star bonds? We still don't know as I sit here. So those are the material differences, and that's why I would say to you, we have not reached agreement on the LOI. And again, the last conversation about this was between me and the other, there's a very good lawyer on the other side of this that represents the developer. We had the conversation about these material areas of difference on June 18th, and that's really the last substantive conversation we've had.
Thank you. Before we, committee, have discussion, there are two items or two resolutions on the agenda for today. Those resolutions, again, are being brought back here. They were on the agenda and were available for public comment in our last meeting. Council or someone from UG Legal staff, can you all explain what the two resolutions are? What are our two options?
Yes, thank you. Wendy Green, Deputy Chief Counsel. So under the RFP, the language under section 2.07 says that if we have a failure to negotiate, then the UG can terminate the negotiations and end the RFP. Because it says UG, that we interpret that as the governing body. So that's why we've put two resolutions in front of you all. One resolution says that if you choose this resolution, you are saying that you want the award of the RFP to end, and that you are suggesting to staff that we put this back out for a new RFP. So we end the relationship with this developer and we continue on and put it back out for an RFP and try again. The other resolution would be to continue to negotiate with this developer to try to reach some terms and come back with a development agreement.
Thank you so much. Okay, committee, this is kind of where things are at. I know we had a very extensive discussion in our last meeting, and so wanted to really kind of get down to where we want to go here. Are there any questions or comments on this item? Just for the public that is aware, this item again was brought back for those resolutions are brought back here for tonight. So public comment did happen in our previous meeting. Yes, Commissioner Stites.
That's District 7. So Todd, and I may have the dates wrong, but tell me. So on June the 18th, there was correspondence saying that we were apart.
Yeah.
We haven't got there yet. And then, correct me if I'm wrong, that there was no correspondence back other than, are we on the agenda?
That's correct. There was a conversation, when I say correspondence, there was a conversation between their lawyer and me about the deal terms on the 18th. And nothing of substance has happened since, except for an email from that lawyer asking, are we on the agenda?
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Howard.
Howard, District 1. Todd, talk to me about just the negotiation phase. What was that like after we had that meeting?
Commissioner, honestly, everything that has happened since is what I described to you. This back and forth, we wrote an LOI, we sent it over the fence about a week later. The developer asked for a meeting. We scheduled a meeting. The meeting got canceled. It did not happen. And then,
You know why?
yeah, yes, not everybody who wanted to be there could attend. It was unclear at first whether their lawyer was attending. We asked ethically, hey, is your lawyer coming to that meeting? Because if he can't come and doesn't give us permission, Wendy and I cannot participate in the meeting. And didn't get an answer at the end of the week. Reached out again on Monday morning and said, hey, I need to know whether we can come or not. And the developers, I think, said to Commissioner Bynum, let's do it without lawyers. Commissioner Bynum, I think at that point said, no, if not everybody can be there, we should cancel. And frankly, the developer, I think, responded to her by saying, I understand that's probably the right call. We'll have the lawyers engage and we'll get you a responsive draft by Wednesday. And they did. So that's what I know about how that meeting got scheduled and why it got canceled.
Do you believe that there was an effort to try to get this deal done?
Yes. I know we tried to get this LOI out there and put deal terms on. What we were focused on are, what are the important key points for us? What are the parameters we need to make this deal? And I know we were trying to do that. To their credit, I think they were responsive, right? They got it and reached out about a meeting literally the following day and did respond a week and a day later with deal terms. And they did move on the land. I haven't participated in this up until recently, but they did move on the land. It's the structure of the land payments that is a problem. So the part I guess I don't understand is why we didn't talk after that.
Thank you, Todd.
Thank you. Other questions? Yes, Commissioner Stites.
It's District 7. Todd, and I forget, what do we owe currently on that property?
It's just north of $6 million, right? Yeah, it's about
6-7 or?
Yes. Is it 6.5 or
6-7?
You can remember. It is under 7. If we said 6.5, we'd be very close.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Other questions and or comments? Yes, Commissioner Pacheco.
Thank you, Commissioner Pacheco, District 5. Todd, let me pull up the paper here. On the kind of the phased payments and things like that they're countering with, I guess, or even in our structure that we proposed, which was like flat,
Mhm.
what sort of protections are there if there's like missed marks or anything like that,
Yeah.
where those payments cannot actually materialize in either structure?
Yeah, we were, again, this is a letter of intent, so there's not a ton, not as much detail as we would have in a development agreement. What we did say about it was that we would phase the sale of the land, phase by phase by phase. And we said there would be conditions, we would know that they were getting ready to go forward, and they would pay piece by piece. We also said that if they bought some of the land and did not develop, if they didn't hit commencement dates and completion dates, we could take it back. Or we call that a reversionary interest. We have done this at that site once before. So, there were conditions about that. We also, I think implicit in the language in the LOI is that if you're not ready to go by a second phase, by a third phase, by a fourth phase, at some point we can terminate the agreement and it wouldn't happen, which I think from our perspective is part of the problem with back-end loaded payments. If you sell the first piece for $750,000 and something happens or doesn't happen, the rest of the money that you're hoping for may never materialize. It's a risk. And the question is, how do you spread that risk? How do you allocate it among 5 phases? We thought that our proposal of spreading it evenly was as fair as it could be. We would have an interest in front loading the payments. And what came back was back-end loaded payments, and that's just more risk than we were willing to take on.
Yeah, no, I agree with that interpretation. For me, when I'm seeing like offering flat, like exactly how you've said, versus a backload, and I'm like, well, if it were me, I'd say like, well, actually, you got to pay me more up front, I mean, if you were just going to make a deal, right? So that's my biggest concern with the repayment. And then what, if any, and then kind of more for public knowledge more than anything, but what sort of a timeline, if any, is there on these phases?
Yeah, we did not negotiate timelines.
Right.
We did not. We figured that if we could get there on these deal points and we got into the development agreement, we would negotiate reasonable timelines. We focused, Commissioner, on things that we thought were more fundamental in the 2 or 3 page LOI versus the details about you'd commence here, you'd complete there. We figured that if we were aligned on purchase price, sharing of TIF, the star bond ask, we thought that if we got there on the most fundamental points that we'd be on the right track and be able to negotiate those kind of details. We just didn't get to it.
Thank you, Todd.
Yes, Commissioner Stites.
Todd, or it might be legal, what is UG policy regarding TIF? What have we, is over 75% outside of UG policy?
I don't think you have a written TIF policy that says 75%. We have done TIF in a variety of ways and shared various amounts. I think I'd be hard pressed to call it policy.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there other questions and/or comments from the committee regarding this item? Okay. Well, we have 2 options before us. We have the authorization, and again, this is for recommendation. There's a resolution for authorizing the continuance for negotiations based off of these terms. There's another option. It's the resolution for authorizing the termination of the RFP. Whatever option we choose, it is going to be a recommendation to the full commission. Is there a motion or is there any other comments on this item? Yes, Commissioner Howard.
Howard, District 1. Question for you, Todd. Given the situation and given the time frame, right, to get all of this done, of course, we've had some time before that to get this deal done, right? I am aware of that. I'll finish.
Sure.
But these numbers for me have changed. I think we were talking about 1 million in the beginning being the number, and then it changed. And so now it's the 5 million that they're proposing, right?
Right.
Okay. So my question to you would be is, if we had more time, not a lot more time, but if we had some more time to negotiate this, could we go back to the table and say, all right, since we don't have policy for a specific number, 75%, they're asking for 100%. Is there a way we could go back and renegotiate what that percentage is on the TIF side? Of course, negotiate the land acquisition number because that number is what it is. But as far as the TIF, is there a way we could go back, provided that they will cooperate with us? Is there a way we could go back to the table and negotiate and say, all right, we may or may not be able to give you the 100% TIF, whatever that number is that we decide. Could we go back, negotiate that, and then whatever options that we have here as far as the UG offer side, we stay with that. But at least let's go back to the table and negotiate. And if they don't come back to the table with those numbers, then that's when we walk away from it.
Yeah, the answer to your question, Commissioner, is sure. This really is the question for you. Do you want us to do that or not? I think there are those on the staff who might tell you this has been going on since November of 24 when they were selected, and that's a long time, and there's some fatigue. My participation in this has been more recent. I really only got involved more recently after they provided the funding agreement and hired the lawyers to engage. So, I would also tell you that the conversation with their lawyer on the 18th was really telling him, these are pretty important points to us. This is really where we are. Are you willing to move? And he, of course, had to go back and talk to his client about that, but we never heard anything more. So since the 18th. So Commissioner, the answer to your question is yes. If you tell us to go engage further and negotiate and spend more time, we will. That's your call. Will it be fruitful or not? I don't know is the answer.
Thank you, Todd.
Okay. Are there any other questions, committee, regarding this item? Okay. This item is for action. And so what is the recommendation to the full commission that we are giving? Yes, Commissioner Howard.
Our District 1, I'd make a motion that that we send this back and try to negotiate something. And then if we don't get anything, then we just walk away from it. That's what I motion.
Okay. You're to send this to continue negotiating? Okay, so when you're saying sending it back, you're saying you're recommending that we continue negotiating.
Yes.
That would be, so that's your motion?
Yes.
Okay, so there's a motion to adopt the continuation for negotiations. Hold that motion. Yes, Commissioner Stites.
Stites District 7, so that we can be perfectly clear on what we are doing, if that is the direction that we go in doing a 30-day send back for negotiating. Todd, I want to be real clear so that the developer knows and so that we know that we are at 75%. And I'm not speaking for this committee. I'm speaking for me. I'm just putting out, the left column, what we are where we're at, that's where we are at. So I don't want to send something where it sounds like, well, there's potential that we can get to the 750 on the right? If this is where we're at on our policy, or I mean, what you guys have negotiated, I guess I don't know if it's right to ask if the developer says, no, we can't get to those tonight, then it's not, there's no reason to send it back for further negotiations. I just want to make sure that we're clear on what we're talking about so that, I mean, if this is where we're at, I mean, I think it was pretty clear in my opinion. I wasn't on no call or involved in emails or anything, but on June the 18th, when it was, here's where we're at, and then there's no communication after, just, are we on the agenda? I mean, that's, to me, that's pretty telling that that means no to column on the left. That's just my 2 cents on it. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Stites. Okay, there was a motion to approve or recommend for approval the continuance of negotiations. Is there a second? Okay, that motion dies for the lack of a second. Is there another motion or action that the committee would like to take up? Yes, Commissioner Pacheco.
All motion, or other option, whatever it specifically says.
So the second option is the resolution authorizing the termination of the RFP.
I'd motion to authorize the termination of it.
I will second that motion. Clerk, can we get the roll?
Roll call. Stites.
Aye.
Pacheco.
Aye.
Burns. Howard.
No.
Davis.
Aye.
The vote is 4-1. The motion carries.
Thank you so much. We will be moving forward to the update for home field. And I know we have some staff folks that are aware. You all, thank you. Please be respectful. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We'll be moving on to the home field update. $5 million instead of the $1 million. All right. This is for information only, correct? Okay. All righty.
Yeah. Commissioner, I could probably set the table here. We had the discussion where we talked about the investment that Homefield has agreed to make in the downtown area and surrounding areas, $4.35 million of investments in new economic development activity in downtown and historically urban areas. When we last met about this, we talked about Homefield's desire to joint venture and make deals with partners to build housing in the community. And one of the things that came about that night was the commissioners were suggesting, hey, let's get updates about this over the course of the next year. There's a deadline on this. And let's have Homefield come in and talk about how it's going. So tonight is the first of those updates. Kurt Peterson is here representing Homefield, and I think he has a short presentation he'd like to make about how things are progressing.
Good evening, commissioners. There are the slides. My name is Kurt Peterson. I'm here on behalf of Homefield. Some of you know and have talked on this subject matter, Richard Napper. He's with his family, not in town, so you get me. Sorry about that, Commissioner. Todd gave the big picture. This is an update about our investment efforts. As we explained to the committee, several months ago, the approach here was for Homefield to find some proven local developers that have been successful in building single-family homes in Wyandotte County and that we're ready to go. And so that's what we've been up to the last few months, is identifying folks. We've evaluated a handful of opportunities. Not very good. Might be because I need to put it right in front of me too. This way. Is that better?
Yes.
And so we've evaluated a number of opportunities, and we've so far arrived at 2 partners, joint venture partners, to invest and build homes in Kansas City, Kansas. The first is Sutton Homes, which the person most known there is Fran Sutton, if you know Sutton Homes. And the second is Mosaic Homes, which is Mr. John Tell Jones. Next slide, please. Unless I'm controlling it. There it is right here. They gave me the keys. I'm gonna go back. So we have joint venture agreements, a joint venture signed with Sutton Homes and then out for signature with Mosaic. Sutton Homes will build 5 homes under this agreement. The addresses are listed on the screen. It's actually the second batch of addresses there. They're all south of Quindaro Boulevard, around the 20th to 21st Street area. And that's against Sutton Homes. And then the first 4 addresses on the screen are the Mosaic Homes. They're all between 7th Street Trafficway and North 5th Street on North Halleck. All of these lots, so these 9 lots for homes, are from Land Bank, and they've all already been transferred over to developer here. Homefield will provide 100% of the cost to build these homes through this joint venture, these joint ventures, and will be ready to kick off immediately. We are targeting for these 9 homes, weather cooperating, that we can be done with all 9 by the end of the year. Could it go into January? Could it happen a little before the end of the year? Sure, but that's a good faith target for being done with these first 9 homes. As you can see at the bottom of the screen, our estimated cost to build these 9 homes will be approximately $3.2 million. Again, could come in a little lower, could come in a little higher. Doing the math, that's about $355,000 a home. Is each home exactly the same dollar amount? No, but that's a good sense for how much goes into the homes. The next slide shows you some images. There's 2 slides worth. You can get a sense for across these 9 homes, generally speaking, what these home styles will look like. Obviously, these are not photorealistic, but it gives you a sense. We wanted to give you an idea of the layout of these homes and what they might look like. There's one more sheet. And then the last, I wanted to put those 9 addresses on the map. Again, you can see the 5 homes there on the west and the 4 homes that will be on the east. These are all in District 1, as our District 1 Commissioner is probably acknowledging, looking at the screen, although we get close on one of them. We're continuing to evaluate more opportunities. We really could use your leads. We've gotten the leads we've gotten so far through talking with staff, as I understand it, and talking who is being effective right now in building homes in Kansas City, Kansas. So I look at each commissioner, as Richard asked me to do, to say, keep your eyes and ears open, because we still have a more than, estimated another million or more of investment that we both want to and need to make by the end of November 2027. With that date in mind, we think our progress is great so far, that we should be fine. If the world changes somehow, we'll be back, asking for more time, but we do not intend to do that. We intend to get the full 4.35 million out the door by the November 2027 deadline, and hopefully you're shaking your head and pleased with the progress so far. That is the update for now. We have other matters, an exciting sort of entertainment, additional project that we are going to be bringing forward in the next few months that's come together. But in terms of the scope of tonight's presentation, that's what I have, but I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you so much. Clerk, did we receive any public comments for this item?
No comments received.
Are there any hands raised online?
There are hands raised online, yes.
Okay,
Carrie McCarthy.
awesome. We just need your name, city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Carrie McCarthy, state your name and residency. You have 3 minutes.
You are still on mute, ma'am.
I'm sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, yes, we can.
Okay, thank you for allowing me to speak. I just have a quick question. First, I'd like to point out that before those houses went into land bank and people were taxed out of them, they were affordable. People were living in those homes. So my question is, when Homefield purchased these homes to joint venture with the 2 local companies, I'm thrilled it's local companies, but when they made this and bought the land, I'm sure the back taxes were paid off. At least I hope you at least got that. But any additional equity needs to go back to the homeowner that owned that home. And that is a Supreme Court ruling. Tyler versus Hennepin County. And you also have to prove that you did due diligence in trying to sell it for the appraised amount. If you are unable to sell for the appraised amount, then I think we need to look at the appraisals across the county, because we're all finding that houses aren't selling for what they're appraised for. So I think we all need to kind of sit down and talk about how housing looks in Wyandotte County and the future of it, and the future of keeping people in their homes. And if they are taxed out of their homes and have been there 50 years and have 100,000 equity, that they are given that money back and not sent out with a social security check alone, creating more poverty and erasing any generational wealth. We just had a presentation on Indian Springs where they were going to put housing in, and you all did not advance that. You seem to not advance local people, but you get Richard Knapper's group in there and you guys are just willing to give the farm away. And I have a question as to why that is.
Thank you. Do we have any other?
Yes, next is Stephanie Pujol. State your name and residency for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, Stephanie Pujol Birch, Kansas City, Kansas resident. So that 3.2 million, is that for 5 homes or 10 homes? I kind of got confused there because it showed like 10 different property pieces, I believe. So I had that question. And if that's the case, if it's just for 5 homes, so they're building $640,000 homes in District 1. So that was confusing to me in the presentation. So my mistake if I read it erroneously. Thank you.
Thank you. And we will get clarity on that. We are making note of all the public comments. So thank you. Was there
Next.
any other?
Yes, next is Elnora Tellis Jefferson. State your name and residency for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Elnora Jefferson, Kansas City, Kansas. The question I have, I'm trying to remember here on Homefield, the development agreement. If I'm remembering correctly, Homefield committed to, or part of that development agreement said that it would invest in some types of projects in the urban area. And so that's my question is this agreement joint venture, does that satisfy that particular requirement in the development agreement? And then the second question that I have is, if it is, that's great. But I'm looking at new construction. And in the urban area, we do have new construction that's coming along, but we have very rarely do we have anything for rehab and renovation for older homes. So my question is, does this development a joint venture, is there room for flexibility for that money to be used to also include X number of older homes that need to be renovated so people can stay in their homes? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other hands raised online?
I don't see any other hands raised.
Okay, we'll close the online portion. Yes, for the folks here in person, if you would like to speak to this item, please come forward. Say your name, city of residence. You have 3 minutes, sir.
W.D. Young. Are we speaking of Peregrine Falcons? I just walked in.
We are not speaking on Peregrine Falcon. Thank you. Yep, no worries. Yes.
Well, my name is Elizabeth Finney. Most people know me as Beth. I'm a lifelong Kansas City, Kansas resident. And I basically came here today to ask everyone in the room, what are you doing to prevent gentrification in Kansas City, Kansas, like what has happened in Kansas City, Missouri? You're not letting Eastside Innovations do their projects for affordable housing with livable communities. But we're sitting here talking about giving loans to people to build new homes. In my neighborhood, people can't get these loans. We can barely pay our rent. We're worried about how can we fill our medications and our gas tanks. It looks to me like the policies of the United government are pricing people like me out of the areas that we live in. I'm in District 1. I can barely afford to stay there. And all of this stuff you're doing, yeah, it's great for the United government as a whole, but it's not helping people in my neighborhood. So I want to know, why can we do sweetheart deals for everybody in town except for the people who want to build affordable community spaces that I could actually use in my own neighborhood? I could go on, but I think that pretty much states my point. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments for this item? I am hearing some noise online. Can we make sure, clerk, that that's soft? Thank you. Yes, please. Say your name, city of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Adrian Robertson, KCK resident, pastor at Kairos Life Church. What is the definition of affordable housing? That I think that's a big question, because when you see the numbers and the cost of these houses, it's regular folks is like, that ain't me. So some of the conversations that are on the block, and I'm just gonna put it out there, is, are these homes not necessarily for the people that are here? Or is it to bring in other folks who can afford that, and unfortunately, move those people out that are already here? And that's a real interpretation. And so that's why you may be hearing some pushback to the UG because of the residents that are here, because affordable housing can't be over $200,000, $300,000 a house, not on 21st and Quindaro. It just can't be. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments for these for this item? Okay, I will go ahead and close the public comment portion. There were a lot of questions, really good questions just regarding this. And so I want to get just some clarity, and then committee, if I missed something or if you all have additional, please do. So first question, did Homefield or is Homefield about to purchase the homes that were just shown?
Commissioner, these are vacant lots where the investment mentioned would be there to build infrastructure and homes on those vacant lots.
Thank you. Are there back taxes associated with these lots?
I don't know if behind me, if Judd Knappin's still here, but Land Bank handles all that. I was not in the fine details, but this was handled like any other Land Bank transaction.
Gotcha. So there are no back taxes because the unified government or the Wyandotte County Land Bank owns the parcels right now, correct?
Correct. We acquired these from the Land Bank. That's right.
Okay, gotcha. So the land is currently vacant. Okay, there was another question on exactly how many homes are we talking?
So I know I went pretty quickly, but we can go back over it for sure. There was a slide that was up that had 9 different addresses, a group of 5 with one of our local developers and a group of 4 for the other. So that's a total of 9 vacant lots that will have 9 homes built on those.
Gotcha. There's another question on whether or not this current activity, this proposal satisfies the development agreement that we have with Homefield. Can we have someone from our staff speak to that question? Or Ms. Otsala?
Commissioner, I'd be happy to. To be really clear, what our development agreement talks about is $4.35 million of new economic development projects in downtown and historically urban areas of Kansas City, Kansas, for the design, development, and building of new affordable homes in downtown KCK or other nearby historically urban areas. Those investments have to be made by November 14th of 2027. And it also says developer intends to build a portion of the new homes on lots to be acquired from the land bank, understands and appreciates the UG's preference to have most of the homes built on land bank lots. The developer may partner, joint venture, and/or collaborate with one or more community partners in its investment and delivery of the new homes described here.
Thank you. There's another question on the rehabbing of older homes, and I know we do have a rehab program through our community development office that is available, but is rehab of older homes contemplated for the activity to fulfill the development agreement?
Todd can confirm or deny what I'm about to say. I think that could be done within the confines of the development agreement, but the vision that was cast by Homefield for these investments to this committee and what they've been implementing is focused on new construction.
Gotcha. There was a question on general, what we are doing to prevent gentrification and what is the definition of affordable housing. So doing quick math, because I know people have probably kind of clocked it, taking the 9 homes proposed and dividing it by 3.2 million, it puts the pricing at roughly about $350,000, which I imagine is probably higher than that particular area. And so can you all just speak to efforts to have affordability within these particular investments and what your vision is about that?
Absolutely. So the reason to have well, there's a lot of reason to have local partners because they've been there, done that, and you want to capitalize and really push investment towards people that have a proven track record. Included in that is these local developers so far that we've partnered with have done this and have a sense for what price points can be, what makes sense when building a new home. That's one part of the answer. The other is a personal and professional one, which is one of the things I feel like I do as a real estate professional now more than anything in the last 3 or 4 years across the region is focusing on affordable or attainable, there's a lot of synonyms, housing. And the pastor that spoke couldn't be more right that, well, what is affordable? There's no one definition of affordable. It depends on who you are, where you are, what the circumstances are. Something in downtown Kansas City, Missouri, amidst the high rises, is when you say affordable is going to be different than somewhere else. So what I have found, and then I'll be quiet because I can feel myself getting going here. I'm honestly very, very focused on attainable housing and especially the metro. Delivering a new home, standalone single family home anywhere, doesn't matter geographically where it is here in the Kansas City area, for much less than 350. I mean, you can see it sometimes creep a little lower than that. It's really hard just because of the cost of materials and labor, city codes, just to pull it all off. And so what you're trying to do, what Homefield's trying to do, and other people I work with, is find a way to deliver housing that's quality first and foremost, that when somebody buys it, it's not going to fall apart in 5 years at the most affordable price. And as Pastor said, that's not going to be affordable for everybody, but we have all sorts of different ways that we have affordable multifamily, townhomes, single family. But when we're talking about single family, which was the vision Homefield cast here to this committee, it's hard to do much better than this, to be honest. Whether that feels good to all of us or not, it's hard.
Yeah, and can we put up the graphic real quick, and then committee, we'll get to questions. But clerk, can we put up the graphic just real quick? So we pulled an average, and that's how I got to that 350 number. I imagine, can we go down? Okay, so yeah, right there. So I imagine all of those homes are not going to cost the same because you have a 1 garage versus a 3 garage versus, right, just different types. And so I don't know, I guess in the next update, what I would recommend is having just some different price points by which we are looking at. But I can tell you right now, all of these are not going to be $350,000. And if they are, then those developers are not going to make any money because no one's going to be able to afford it. But there's a range from your 3 car garage to your 1 car garage to get there. Okay, committee, what questions? I think Commissioner Stites and then Commissioner Howard is what I saw.
Stites, District 7. Well, I think you kind of hit it to where, and Todd, I don't know if there's a square footage model, if you got them out there yet, if you're Todd, right, either Todd, I'm good with. But is there a kind of a square footage kind of sweet spot that you guys are looking at? And if not, fine.
Yeah, Commissioner, I don't know off the top of my head, but I took from Commissioner Davis's point, by the time we get, I think we're doing these every quarter, so 3 months from now, we should be under construction for sure on a number of these. And by that point, usually with your contractor, you have a price point, and there's usually some ads along the way. But we'll update that, and we'll be able to update square footage.
Okay, that's good. And then I'm going to go back to one of the questions that was asked, and I probably will phrase it wrong. But and Chair, you may have written it down, but the question about land bank lots and houses, do we know how long, and Judd may have it, how long these land bank lots have been vacant? Does anybody know that? And I'm guessing all of them. We don't have land bank lots that have houses on them currently. Is that right?
That is correct. Yeah.
So all land bank lots are vacant.
Most of them. We do have a few houses left, but they are in the rehab program and they're finishing up. But the ones in Peregrine Falcon have been there at least 20 years, the vacant lots.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Ones in Peregrine Falcon have been there at least 20 years.
20 years vacant.
Yes.
Okay, well, and here's what I will say. I don't know how, since we've closed public comment, but I know there was a gentleman
Yes.
who got up and he was asking to speak regarding this, and I think we probably gave him wrong information because we didn't know that we were talking about that. But I think that if it's appropriate,
Yes,
to
please.
have him come up and speak so that he can
Yes.
get what he had to say. But Todd, here, the last thing that I will say is, so there's these properties 20 years back. I don't know, and I'm not discounting what the statement that was made that people were taxed out 20 years ago. I don't know the situation of all of those 9 lots. I have no idea. But is there anything legal, and I'm looking for Wendy on that, is there anything that to address that question that came up by the online caller?
Wendy Green, Deputy Chief Counsel. No, the case that she was specifically referring to, Tyler versus Hennepin County, was about how tax sales are conducted. And what that case said was if there was an overage in tax sale proceeds, that the county could not keep that overage, that the overage needed to go back to the owner of the parcel. And that is how the county has done tax sales for as long as I know, specifically because that's what the statute says we're supposed to do in Kansas. So we follow that to a T in Kansas. That wouldn't be something that the developer would need to concern itself with, or the land bank, because by the time they get to the land bank, the overage is held by the court trustee, ready to be paid out when the owner comes forward.
Okay, I appreciate it. And then also, Todd, if you don't mind, so taking into consideration what some of the folks talked about here in the audience about maybe these, and I know we're going to come back with different price points, knowing that that is a concern and that we're concerned, just like what the pastor said and the other that spoke regarding attainable, affordable, right? Maybe there are some that are on that lower end of that scale that we might be able to look at, because there's, like you had said, another $1 million that need to go into some houses. So maybe we could look at what that might look like with the $1 million moving forward. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. I do want to go back. I know I closed the public comment portion because there was a question on if this is talking about Peregrine Falcon. Some of these parcels are in Peregrine Falcon, and so my apologies. And so if you are here to speak on this item, very quickly, I want to give the public a chance to speak to this because we do have some addresses that do fall within Peregrine Falcon. So please do take it away, Mr. Young.
I'm W.D. Young.
Yes.
Back again to speak about Peregrine Falcon. I have a misunderstanding of what's going on right now. Are we trying to bring a new builder in? Gentlemen?
It would not be them. They are working with a developer.
Okay, now we've been brought almost 11 builders in there. And I thought the agreement we had was that any builder who came, they would have to go before the home association to see what type of houses were getting built in there. Nobody has reached out to us as Peregrine Falcon, and I'm speaking behalf of Peregrine Falcon. No one told us about the meeting that we should be here present. I came up here the last minute. That's why I walked through the door. But then when I heard somebody talking that I knew the voice, I thought we was talking about Peregrine Falcon, but you told me we were not. Now, all the land that was in Peregrine Falcon was in the land bank. Now, the administration before that has kind of twisted this around, and we're trying to figure out, have we lost phase 1, 2, and 3 of Peregrine Falcon, which should have been 138 houses. Now we're looking like the city is taking everything away from us, and we're only giving this area where we're at now, which is wrong, because I was bought into this idea there will be 138 houses with 1,600 square foot per house. They would be in a range of 300 and up. Now, we've invested down there. I've invested down there. For me to hear someone else come talk about the giving away land down there, I think is unfair. And I think it needs to be rehashed, redone again, because we have been misled. And I know that all these land banks down there, and it hasn't been down there for 20 years. All of it was land bank until we came down there with a bright idea. And I still want to keep it right. I don't want anybody to come in and say, here, this is who you got to go with. It was supposed to go before us, so we haven't heard one thing. So if this gentleman wants to build down there, he needs to meet with us.
1 minute remaining.
Understood, understood. And again, apologies for the mix-up. I was looking at the other addresses. Would anybody else like to speak to this item? Again, some of these addresses do fall within the Peregrine Falcon area. Wanted to reopen that opportunity. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and close the public comment portion. Okay,
Chair.
I think there are.
Commissioner,
Yes.
are you also allowing someone online to make a comment too?
Yes. Is there somebody online that is wanting to?
Looks like there is a hand raised. Yes,
Is it regarding Peregrine Falcon?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Yes, we'll go ahead and allow it in fairness.
Fran Sutton, state your name and residency for the record. You have 3 minutes.
We still are not able to hear you.
Sorry, this is Fran Sutton. I am a lifelong KCK resident and one of the developers working. Am I muted or unmuted?
You were muted for a little bit. Now
Okay,
you're back.
sorry about that. Fran Sutton, KCK developer. And I wanted to just answer a couple of questions on experience and also just a couple of clarifications. Some of the houses that you are seeing with the 1-car garage are priced in the 250 to 240 price range. We have also met with buyers in the last couple of weeks that are looking for something more in the 200 to 215 price range. And that is definitely something that we are working on, working with them to get built as well. So as we talk about the difference between affordable and attainable housing, it really is perspective. Depending on your job and depending on your savings or depending on what you've done to prepare for home ownership, home affordability looks different to different people. What is attainable is what's important to all community members. For some, purchasing a home, they can't go over $150,000. I have found that building a new home for $150,000 is impossible. I had a couple of homes that were listed at $215,000 that sat for 90 days because buyers told me they didn't want to buy a house that did not have a garage. Sometimes what we want and what we can afford are two different things. And so being able to listen to buyers and to work with buyers and try to meet their needs individually is what's very important. So working in this project, we're not looking at trying to build houses that are going to outprice a neighborhood or outprice a community. Very much looking at what is the community looking for, what are the community members asking for, alongside what is actual cost to build a home.
1 minute remaining.
So if you look at the homes that are listed at 240 or 250 that have a garage, those are 3-bedroom, 2-bath homes that have a garage and have anywhere from 12 to 1,500 square feet. A home that might sell for $200,000 or $225,000 will not have a garage, but it will still have 3 bedrooms and 2 baths, but it is a smaller footprint. So just learning to maneuver or just manage the size of the home or the features of the home are things that we are using to help create attainability for community members.
Okay. You have any other hands raised for this item?
There is another hand raised. Brenda Barnes, state your residency. You have 3 minutes.
We currently cannot hear. Can you unmute?
Brenda, you are on mute.
Do we have any other hands raised?
There are no other hands raised.
Okay, I am seeing one hand raised here. Oh, I think,
There is Carrie McCarthy, but she made her comment already.
okay, so the comment was already, the opportunity was already.
I see Brenda Barnes again. You are unmute. Unmute. State your residency. You have 3 minutes.
We still are not able to hear. Okay. Are there any other hands raised online?
There are no other hand raised.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment period for online. We've already closed it here for the gallery. This item is for information only. If folks have additional comments, again, you can submit your comments ahead of time by noon the day of the meeting. And so in case you're not able to get here in person or for having some technological issues, these items, although this is just an update, the items that we vote on are just recommendation. And so if you do have additional comments or considerations, we can take those up for full commission. That takes us to the end of our meeting because there's nothing else on our agenda. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
Howard second.
Okay. There was a motion by Burns and second by Commissioner Howard to adjourn. Clerk can get the roll.
Roll call. Stites.
Aye.
Pacheco.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Howard.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
The vote is 5-0. The motion carries.
Okay, thank you all so much. We will get started with NCD, let's say 7:57, 7 minutes. Thank you, everybody. been patient, so and some folks are going to be giving updates, so we do appreciate your patience as we make it through neighborhood and community development. We are still waiting for a few of our staff to return, but we're going to get started here very soon. And then we'll get started momentarily. So thank you all. Okay, I see all of our staff here. Awesome. Okay, let's get this done. Before I call this meeting to order, I want to announce that some committee members, staff, and the public are attending remotely via Zoom as well as on site. All participants joining by phone should mute their phones when not speaking to avoid background noise. When speaking, please speak directly into a microphone to ensure everyone listening is able to hear your comments and to ensure a public record is made. During the meeting, please make sure that you announce yourself by name and title every time that you speak so that the public that is observing knows who is speaking. This is critical given the number of remote participants and its current guidance from the Kansas Attorney General. The public may submit comments by email prior to noon on the day of the meeting, and those comments will be included in the record of this meeting. The public will have an opportunity to provide brief comments in person or virtually from the fifth floor conference room of the municipal office building during the meeting. When speaking, please state your name and city of residence for the record. Comments should be limited to that topic at hand. Disruptive comments and behavior are not permitted and may result in removal from the meeting. I will now call the meeting of the Neighborhood and Community Development Standing Committee for June 29th, 2026 to order. Clerk, can we have the roll?
Roll call. Stites,
Present.
Checo,
Here.
Howard,
Here.
Bynum. We have an absence memo. Davis.
Here. Awesome. Okay. Our first order of business is the approval of the minutes from our June 2nd, August 4th, and September 25th, 2025 meetings. Is there a motion for approval?
Stites motion to approve.
Howard second.
Clerk, can we get the roll?
Roll call. Stites,
Aye.
Checo.
Aye.
Howard,
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
The vote is 4-0. The motion carries.
Okay, the first item that we have up is something that I am really, really excited about. So one of the additional features within the new land bank policy is that an update is given. It's very important, I think, for us to take a step back, look at the work that's been done, and assess how we are doing. We have over 4,000 land bank parcels. We've made quite a bit of changes to responsibly dispose of those parcels as best as we can. Staff has worked on an update for us to talk about where we are at and what we've done. And so I will hand it off to Mr. Sutton and Mr. Knapp.
Good. My apologies, Commissioner. Michael Sutton, Redevelopment Coordinator. Judd and I will be going through the land bank update. So to start off, first slide, give a rough estimate of the amount of land bank parcels that we currently have. Right now, we're roughly looking at 4,262 land bank lots, and this is throughout the county. This includes locations in Bonner Springs, and I believe a couple lots in Edwardsville as well. Next slide, we have it broken down. Land bank lots, option agreements that have been signed, completed, yard extensions, gardens, and then the canceled option agreements for each district. This next slide just goes over the total inventory. Judd, do you want to hop in on this one?
Sure, I got you. So this is the line graph there is our inventory over time from 2012 to 2026. And the bar graphs are the number of new parcels that we are receiving. You see that the new parcels that we're receiving are decreasing because we're not getting that many from tax sales. So our inventory is decreasing. So we go. All right. So land bank sales, we set a record in 2025 of 209, and we've never sold that many. So we as an office were definitely moving, and Michael adding to the team really helped that. And the previous policy from 2019 to 2024 was if it was a buildable lot, we wouldn't sell it to you. Yard extensions were just for unbuildable properties, but the new policy in 2025 opened up yard extension allowing gardens. So that's why we see 209. So new construction on land bank lots, these are our completed options. We had 267 going back from 2021. We see that nice trend, that upward trend. For 2025, we had 81 completed options. And for 2026, we're already sitting at 75. So we're halfway through the year, and it look like we're going to break last year's record too. So, and then if you total up all those houses that were built, it's an estimated $66 million in estimated appraised value that was added on land bank lots. All right, so we have signed options. The signed option category is the ones that have been approved here, and then they have signed an agreement with the land bank, and that starts their one-year clock there. So we have 478 of those out there right now. Property transfers, this is yard extensions and gardens. You see that in 2025, we did 128 of them. That's vastly different from 3 in 2023. So we have been busy. We've been moving property out of our inventory. We have 3 land bank holds right now. We have one in the Quindale Ruins. It's like a UG hold for that area. We have a USD 500 just west of Sumner High School, and then we have the Tremont project that we'll hear from in the next item. This slide is pretty much the most exciting slide in this slide deck. I've showed it a few times. These are the large land bank projects that are in the Northeast. they total up to 1,000 units. Now, not all of those are going to be built, but 5 years ago, this map was vastly different. There's nothing, there wasn't much on this map. So this is a testament to the work that UG has done to lower the cost to build to create a housing market. Want to take these, Mike?
Michael Sutton, redevelopment coordinator. So the next couple slides just point out, we were featured on various local media outlets for some of the work we've been doing. This particular project, or this particular slide, is pointing out the CJR project north of Quindaro that's looking at bringing in between 400 to 500 homes. Give you an update on that project right now. As of about 3-4 weeks ago, they did start pulling their building permits, their first 50 building permits for that project. So we should hopefully see construction going pretty soon with that. Then again, just a couple of other news stories that we were able to find. Land Bank was able to get some positive news feedback, and I think that's also driven some additional interest in the land bank and land bank development. So it was a very, very strong 2025. And one last article featuring our favorite land bank manager.
We could just skip over that photo. All right, so we also manage the mowing program for land bank and vacant UG-owned lots. I have to say, Megan Smith has been running this program. She's doing a great job at it. And I want to thank the commission for increasing the mowing frequency from once a month to twice a month. That has really reduced the call volume. I hope that you've also received less calls about mowing complaints. Our mowing crews, we have 2 contractors, one zone 1 that's mainly in the northeast because the lots are close together. Zone 2 is more just everywhere else because the lots are more spread out. But they are doing a great job. We have like an app on their phone. They can see what lot they need to mow. They can see the boundaries of that lot. They enter a survey that when they're completed with the lot and submit a picture to us. And then we in-house take all the surveys that they've completed and we pay them from that. So the system is working. I didn't expect it to work this well, but it is working. And I know there was questions in the past about mowing, like, do we mow all of our lots? And we do not. If the lot is heavily wooded, we don't mow it. We remove it from the list. If it's landlocked, we can't get to it, we don't mow it. So there is, I mean, you've seen our inventory list was like 4,000, and we're only mowing like 2,300 in zone 1. So or we're just mowing under 3,000. So last year, from 2025 to 2026, we reduced the lot mowing count by 665. So that's 665 lots we don't have to maintain. And we did that because we sold a lot. We had yard extension to gardens. We had a lot of options come through. When somebody signs their option agreement, the maintenance of that lot transfers to that builder. So they maintain it. So 665 lots is about a mowing reduction of $200,000. But I did put, there is going to be a budget ask here for 2026. Our current budget's like 700,000. My estimated mowing costs from what we've already done is 800,000. So that's going to be like 100,000 increase. Or I could maybe sell 300 more lots. That's our, oh, and I was asked for like the top 10 builders list. I also have that for 2025, like the top 10 builders. RA in engineering is at 14 completed options. CHWC or Build Wyco's at 12. Wall Tide Forms is at 8. JM Framing's at 5. Habitat for Humanity is at 4. Bright Solutions at 3, and it drops off pretty quick after that. So But that concludes my presentation. Have any questions for us?
Thank you. I know we have folks from Tremont here, and I believe all of this is part of the same item on the agenda. And so let's go ahead. Oh, actually, no, that's a separate item. So we'll get to the Tremont folks here momentarily. Let's do a public comment, and then we'll go ahead and get questions out of the way. Clerk, was there any public comments for this item?
No comments were received.
Are there any hands raised online?
There is a hand raised.
Okay.
Eva Garcia Mesa. State your residency. You have 3 minutes. Please unmute.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. Eva Garcia Meza, Kansas City, Kansas. I have 3 questions. Number 1, is there a possibility to have a proactive attempt to get rid of the lots that could be potentially considered yard extensions? And I don't know what that proactive attempt would look like. But maybe that would be another way to reduce that and create some tax revenue generation. Number 2, I'm just curious, on lots that are considered buildable, are those given away for free? Or are there caveats that have to be met for them to be free? Because I believe I understood that yard extensions and potential gardens, those were given away for free, but please, I'm looking for some clarification on that. And then the third question is, I know there is the Livable Neighborhood program. For those neighborhood groups that have an active kind of standing, maybe and I'm talking about mowing now. Is there a potential that maybe some of that mowing could be taken over by those groups if they were receptive to that idea? And potentially pay those groups so that there could be some revenue generation for the neighborhood groups, and also, take some ownership on the land bank lots that exist within them. Thank you.
Thank you. And we will get some answers, or at least a response to your questions. Do we have any other hands raised online?
There are no other hands raised.
For the folks that are here in person, just regarding the land bank update. Yes, please.
Darnell Bush, president of Oak Grove Neighborhood Association. And I would like to talk about, I'm sorry? Oh, that the holds that we have them read at every one of these meetings, we've asked the Neighborhood Association, Oak Grove, we've asked that there be holds put on the land bank properties. And from my understanding, looking at, there were 3, USD, and then I forgot the other 2. But we've asked that could the land bank property be put on hold? And we either haven't been given an affirmative to that, because when you guys vote, you may vote up or down. And so we haven't been given that, I don't know what, we haven't been given that same respect, if you will, that the other ones have been given. And Peregrine Falcon is in our neighborhood association. So I would like some of those questions answered, that could we put a hold on it, and can we be included in the Peregrine Falcon, because they reside in Oak Grove. So those would, and then I'll get up and I'll speak about some of the other properties that the developers haven't come to us. And I know that because I'm the president of the neighborhood association. So I'd like some answers to that.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, W.D. Young, Peregrine Falcon, Vice President of the Home Association. I'm kind of baffled about all this 1,900 properties, land bank. And we keep trying to figure out why they're not buying these lots, because the lots are disgraceful if you're talking about no cleanup. You go down and you cut, but you don't properly cut the property right. So it can never, people look at that and say, I don't want to live down here, because it seems like, I don't know what the land bank was supposed to be cutting, but we got 1,900 lots down there. I wish they'd start cutting more of them and cleaning up behind themselves and moving some of these dead trees down there. I mean, I don't see how anything can sell down there. This is why I was brought into this Paragon, because I was sold on this idea that we can have a nice house in the neighborhood instead of have to go to Piper. But the city or the land bank is not helping us down in this northeast area. I mean, there should be better cleanup. You send these people on and you give them a contract and they act like they can't pick up a limb or move any trash. You just can't mow and don't do anything, and you hit it one time and it looks so horrible. Sometimes you wish you had never done it at all. I mean, I know you're paying them nice money, but you got some other people out there would love to cut some of this land bank land that you say you can't find nobody to cut. So if you want some land cut and cleaned up, I can get you a crew and we can get this done if the city don't want to do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there other folks that would like to speak? Okay, I'll go ahead and close the public comment. Again, this is for information only. It was just on the update. Commissioner Stites. Okay. Just to go through the some of the questions. There was one question, this is for our staff. If there's a proactive attempt for us to dispose of the land bank parcels specifically for yard extensions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Michael Sutton, Redevelopment Coordinator. So yes, we are proactive. When we see, especially if we see that it's a buildable lot, we do reach out to that resident and see if they're interested in obtaining the lot. I don't think we're quite as proactive with yard extensions because we would prefer that if the lot is buildable, a house gets built on it. But with that said, that has happened in the past before where, we know that this lot's not going to get built on, right? It may only have 20 feet of frontage, so there's no way in our code that anybody could ever build on it. So yes, we will reach out to that neighbor. We'll try to get a hold of them to let them know that, hey, you could get this lot as a yard extension or a garden.
Okay, the other question, for the lots that are buildable, what is the pricing? And can you just speak to the pricing overall? Because there are questions, if I'm going to build a home, how much am I paying? If I want to have a garden, how much am I paying? If I want to have a yard extension, how much am I paying?
Right, certainly, Commissioner. Again, Michael Sutton, Redevelopment Coordinator. So none of our lots are given away for free. If they go through a new construction process, so they plan on building a house or some type of structure, it is $100 per option agreement. That option agreement is for one single lot. So if they apply for one lot, it's $100. If it's 5 lots they may be applying for, it's $500 for all the option agreements. For a yard extension, it is 10 cents per square foot. For a residential yard extension, it is 25 cents per square foot for a commercial yard extension. Gardens fall under the same pricing as a yard extension, so 10 cents per square foot.
Thank you. And then there was a question on neighborhoods to take on mowing and whether or not there would be interest. Can you all just speak to the process of how we select our mowers, what the bidding process is, and if someone is interested, what would they need to do?
Did have a competitive bidding process. We did break it out into 2 zones, so they could bid on one or both. They give us a price per lot, and they're paid a flat rate per lot, no matter if the lot's tiny or the lot's really big. It kind of evens out. But it was a competitive bid process. Multiple people bid on it, and we did select 2 different contractors because we felt it was too big for one person to do.
Yeah, and we budgeted about $700,000, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, and that's for on average mowing twice. If we were to, let's say, once a week, right? What's the ballpark that we're looking at from a budget perspective?
That would basically double. So that would be, we're at 800,000 now. It should cost us to mow it. So it's 1.6 million.
So roughly $1.6 million if we were wanting to mow more frequently. Again, there's a lot of other things that an additional $800,000 can go towards, but just to give the community some idea of what we're dealing with here and trying to find that happy medium between the two. The last question, there was a request from a neighborhood group from Oak Grove regarding a hold, and I've seen the emails and things of that nature, and I'll take kind of this question. The last conversation that I remember is our council had replied and said, if there is a willingness of the neighborhood group to maintain the lots while the hold is active, that is good to go. To my knowledge, there has not been a response of yes or no. Yes, we are wanting to maintain it or not. And I don't know if council, if you have any additional information regarding that exchange.
No, that's correct. I have not heard that they have a willingness to, or ability, probably is more likely, the ability to maintain the lots while the lots are in the hold, as that does fall under section 5.7, I believe it is, of our policy, that if a property is in a hold, whoever has requested the hold must maintain the lots during the hold. And if they can't maintain the lots, then that would be the first question. If they can't maintain the lots, then that's why the hold hasn't been brought forward to the committee. Because that's the first requirement is, can they maintain the hold?
Yeah.
Or maintain the lots while their hold is on.
Yep. So, yeah, again, and if there's additional conversations and things, you all have our information, our contact information, but that would be kind of the single factor. These holds are in place because collectively, the Board of Trustees has agreed to put the holds on there, right? And there's a level of confidence that we have that the folks that are holding those, that have those holds are able to maintain the property. Now, has that always been the case? No, but depending upon what you're asking for, which I think is quite sizable, it's incumbent upon us to make sure that we're being, responsible with that. And so we are open to more conversations, but per our policy, that's kind of the hard line that we have, and it's what we voted on to hold everyone to. Okay, yes, Commissioner Howard.
Chief Counsel, just to follow back up with you again, kind of confused. Excuse me. So that last, with the hold for Oak Grove, did we make contact with them?
Yes, I was part of emails with them, and Mr. Bush was on those emails where they'd requested if they could have a hold while they came up with their own plan, like other neighborhood groups have done. And it was conveyed to them that if the properties were on hold, whoever requests the hold has to maintain them. And we asked, were you all willing and able to maintain the properties while the hold was on? And in one of the emails, it was suggested that no, they wouldn't be able to maintain the properties while the hold was in place. And that is the requirement. If they have the hold, if they have requested the hold and the hold is in their name, then they have to maintain the properties.
Got it. So it still stands that if someone wants to hold Oak Grove specifically, they can actually hold those properties, but they would be responsible for cutting the yards.
Correct. And if they said yes, they could, then that would then be an item in front of you all to vote on whether or not you would want to put a hold on all of the properties in their neighborhood group area while they came up with their plan. Kind of like Douglas Sumner came up with their master plan, if you will. I believe that's what they want to do, and they just want to hold on the properties while they do that. Then that item would come before you all, but the threshold question from us was, can you maintain the properties while that's going on?
Thank you.
Okay. This item again was for information only. We'll move on to item 2, which is the hold for Tremont. And so I see some folks that are here, if they want to make their way up to present on the hold for the Tremont project, or if staff is going to take that on. Who's going to present this item? Okay, awesome. Please come on up, Ms. Mark. Yep, you can come right here next to Judd here. And I believe there's a slideshow or a presentation. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Well, if we can still put up the visuals that's been released to the public, that would be fantastic. And then Ms. Smart. Thank you. Yes, and if you all want to make any corrections as we go through it, please feel free. Okay. All right. And we have a microphone for Mr. Hardwick. Okay, awesome, awesome, awesome. Okay. All right, we're good to go. Please take it away. Oh, make sure you're on, should be green. You press the button. Okay, try it now.
Pam Smart, Mount Carmel Redevelopment Corporation, Wyandotte County. In your packet is an updated version of the presentation. Okay, so I'll start with giving you a little overview of Mount Carmel for those who don't know us or are not familiar. We're a nonprofit 501c3. We were founded in 1994. We're located in Northeast Wyandotte County, and we focus on social service delivery and community development. To date, we have over 25 million in new construction in the ground. Next slide. You can see here in the packet that the next slide are the projects that we've completed so far. There's the Wyandotte Youth and Family Community Center. We have let me back up a moment. We have a project area that we've been working in for the last 10, 12 years.
Ms. Mark, can you just pull the microphone a little bit closer? You're soft spoken. Yep.
Can you hear me now? Sorry.
Yep.
We have an area that we've been working in for the last 10 to 12 years. It's bound by 11th Street to the east, 13th Street to the west, Garfield Avenue to the south, and Parallel Parkway to the north. And so the projects that you're looking at here are primarily within that area. There's the Wyandotte Youth and Family Community Center, 45,000 square foot facility that is now owned by the Boys and Girls Club. There's a new church that the Mount Carmel Church hired Mount Carmel Redevelopment Corporation to manage and produce for them. There is single family housing. Right now we have 18 homes up and sold. We have a project that's presently under construction for 10 new homes. Of those 10 homes, we have 4 that are going up right now. Mosaic, who was spoke of earlier with some of the projects that are happening throughout Wyandotte County, is the contractor on that project. We're expected to have those homes completed within the next 3 months. We also have 6 duplexes of rental housing that we are considering partnering with Women's Shelter to fill those units. We have a 61-unit senior housing facility that was built with tax credits. We are at basis, and we're in the process of going from investor-owned or 99% investor-owned to 100% MCRC-owned. Next slide. This next slide is not in, you can hold there, but what you all see, commissioners, is something a little different. The next slide shows the strategies that we have for the Tremont project. The Tremont project is bound by 5th Street to the east, 7th Street to the west, Quindale Boulevard to the north, and Parallel Parkway to the south. Our strategy is to break that area up into 2 parts. It is a 46-acre project. Mount Carmel is proposing or has proposed to be the master developer on this project, where we will be responsible for infrastructure and getting the property ready for other developers who want to join us can come in and partner with us on these projects. Project number 1 is the north side. It's neighborhood infill and infrastructure revitalization. We have 50 lots on that northern end. It's pretty densely populated up there, and so there's a lot of opportunity for infill housing in the project 1. In project 2, it's a misuse transformation redevelopment, and it will have multifamily housing and retail as well in that area. Why did we choose Tremont, the Tremont area? Is because of the access or workforce access, housing demand, the opportunity for reinvestment and neighborhood stabilization. It's the perfect opportunity to catapult Northeast Wyandotte County into something amazing that we haven't seen in over 30 years. The next slide is the one that's on the screen right now. If you could go back one, please. Oh, okay. The next slide just kind of gives you a summary of overview of our project. As I said, what you see in the green in the bottom portion is all land that is in the land bank that's empty property. What you see in the red is abandoned. What you see in the pink is properties that people live in, but they're really not in habitable condition. And what you see in the blue is properties that people currently own and keep up pretty well. Project number 1, as I stated before, there are 50 lots in that area. And project number 2, there are 216 land bank properties in that area. The next slide, what you all see, commissioners, is the demonstration blocks in project number 1. This is where we would like to start our project with 18. Okay, sorry. I'm sorry. What you see, commissioners, is that has the yellow blocking on it. That is project number 1. We have identified 3 blocks where we'd like to start our first 18 homes within those 3 blocks. And this part of the project, we really believe will strengthen and stabilize the existing neighborhood. The next slide in your packet, as I said, this presentation is different. We sent that presentation in a couple of weeks ago when we thought we were going to present, but we had some additional information to give you all today. And that's why you have the presentation in front of you that you have. The 3 demonstration blocks, the infrastructure portion of what we have to do, if you can see there, block number 1 on North 6th Street, and then block number 2, North 6th Street and Stewart Avenue, block number 3, Lafayette and Tremont. The infrastructure cost for all 3 areas for 18 homes comes to $758,960. Next, let's see. Okay, project number 2 is what you see in the lower quadrant there, or the lower portion. It's 500 units of multifamily and senior housing and 175,000 square feet of commercial development. Then the next slide in your packet is just a blown up portion of the lower half that kind of shows you the retail. The housing is there in the center in the brown. That's multifamily housing. The yellow at the top in the corner, that's senior housing. There's retail in the pink, both on Fifth Street and Seventh Street. And then there's also restaurant pads, and then some parks and community spaces for those who live in the multifamily housing or in the neighborhood. The next slide is in your packet is about mowing. Mowing is a big issue with the developers and the UG. Mount Carmel has tried several different options for our mowing program. And so what we decided to do after we hired several different lawn care providers, because they ride the mowers, and I think some of the community is right. They don't get off the mowers and like edge and clean up and do all that. So we have spent to date over $10,000 in mowing equipment. And we are using that equipment and some of our private funds to hire community members who want to work and learn how to keep up lawns. And so to date, it's taken us a little longer, but we're doing more than just going out and cutting the grass. We're cutting down some trees. We're getting all of the trash and garbage out of the thicket. We're cleaning up piles of stuff that people have just dumped down in that area. We're also seeking to hire some of the residents who live in Tremont because we want to bond with them and we want them to take pride in their community as we do. And so if you drive through there, you will see that there's areas that have been overgrown for years upon years upon years to where you couldn't even walk down the sidewalk. And we've cut down those trees, we've cut down those bushes, and made sure that you can walk on the sidewalk without having to go into the street. So it's an opportunity for economic mobility is what we are turning this program into to be able to take care of our commitment. To date, Mount Carmel has invested over $550,000 with all the work that we've been doing over the last 3 years. Those dollars were spent on redevelopment planning, neighborhood and community meetings. We've completed the housing assessment tool. We've done infrastructure analysis. We've had the environmental reviews, maintained properties, identified the primary funding sources, identified 2 sources of financial grants and loans, identified 3 commercial development partners, healthcare, childcare, and a bank, identified 3 residential builders, identified demonstration blocks for 18 homes, verified utilities in the area. MCRC has made a significant investment in all of the redevelopment planning that it takes to get us to where we need to be. We've also had to hire our engineers, architects, attorneys, and all of those folks. So today we have invested over $500,000 into this project. Our last slide was going to seek RHID approval, but instead I'd like to thank you all for approving that this evening because our project would struggle if we weren't able to apply for some RHID funding. We're hoping that our infrastructure and vertical construction can begin by the end of summer or early fall, and that we can begin delivering 18 homes. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you all's patience here. Let's go ahead and do public comment. Clerk, were there any public comments for this item?
No comments were received.
Are there any hands raised online?
There are no hands raised online.
Okay, for the folks that are here in person, would anybody like to speak to this item?
Commissioner, I apologize. A hand just came back up online.
Okay, we'll go ahead and take that public comment.
Eva Garcia Mesa, please unmute. You got 3 minutes. State your residency.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Sorry, thank you. On my end, it still shows the muted icon, so I just wanted to make sure. So I just have a quick question. I went to the CDBG grant funding discussion, and at that discussion, it had been mentioned that this particular organization had actually reclassified from nonprofit to community-based development organization. I just want to make sure, because I thought I heard that they're currently a nonprofit. So that's number one. Can I get the clarification on whether that reclassification happened? And number two, with that reclassification, it's my understanding that that then gives them access to a higher potential money grant options from CDBG. So I think it's great what they're doing. I just want to understand when the organization gets access to those money, is there a split on how much of that money can be used on the development? Meaning, is it like 40-60, 50-50 in their development, whatever that development is? Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other, well, we've noted those questions. Thank you. Are there any other hands raised online?
I don't see any other hands raised.
Okay, I'll go ahead and close the online portion for the folks here in person. Would anybody like to speak to this item? State your name, city of residence, you get 3 minutes.
Greg Kendall, Wyandotte Economic Development Council, resident of KCK. I just wanted to weigh in on this. I've had an opportunity to work with Pam Smart and the Mount Carmel team for several years now. When they first approached us about this concept and this idea, we were, of course, really excited about the idea about doing commercial and really activating that area around Parallel, particularly when we have 10, 12,000 employees in the Fairfax Industrial Park every day. The idea was that this would be a way to connect those employees on a regular basis to the downtown and vice versa, and create more of a loop between Quindaro and the Fairfax Parkway. But it has been a little bit delayed, but I also know that we have been challenged to figure out how we fill those financial gaps. The RHID, I think, does help. I hope that it fills the gap based on the percentages and the timelines that you all have approved. And we certainly can't, I think, sit on the land bank lots forever. And so I know that there is a certain amount of cadence that we need to keep moving this thing forward. But I did at least want to weigh in to say that I've enjoyed, their vision, the fact that they've stayed with it down there for a lot of years, and they have made investments, and they know their clientele very well. So when we call and inquire about how are we doing in terms of selling those homes, what are the price points, what information can you provide us? We get a lot of that information from Mount Carmel and rely on that on the street guidance to back up the information we're seeing on Zillow or this information we're seeing in other locations to understand what's the market look like, how are those home funds being used, how are the other incentives being utilized, and how's that playing into your product mix. I've probably been removed from the project for maybe the last 4, 5, 6 months, but I'm always an active supporter of what Pam and the team are doing. So appreciate what they're doing and what they're trying to get done.
Thank you. Are there any other folks that want to provide public comment for this item? Okay, I'll go ahead and close the public comment. Okay, so this is for an update. And so there's no action, but we do appreciate you all taking the time and just letting us know, because it has been some time that the hold has been awarded. And we also have some new members that this is probably their first time. I think myself and Commissioner Stites were there from the beginning of this. And so we've kind of seen it from a different perspective, but curious if there are any questions regarding this at all. Yes, Commissioner Howard.
Howard, District 1. I do have a question about the mowing of the lots. So I've received a few complaints over the last couple weeks, if you will, about the Garfield, 634 Garfield to be exact. that is an address, but right next door to it, you all have a lot that's also connected to the sidewalk. And it's very much so overgrown, almost so much to where I had a lot of complaints about it that I'm glad you spoke of it, the lawn mowing equipment that you have and the programming and incorporating the community. I was able to get out there and see what that yard looked like, and it was extremely high. It was extremely high. Um, the grass was overgrown, the trees were overgrown on the sidewalk. And so a few community members, they got out there and they cut that yard down. And what I would like for to happen in that situation is if you all do have those programs available or those opportunities available, please make sure that wherever those lots are located, that those people in those community knows about that program. Because they went out there free of charge and cut the lot down because the lady, Miss Carla Jones, she just had it. And so I'm glad to hear that you all have something like that in the pipeline. But for future, just know that some of those lots are not being well maintained.
Yes, if you had just a response to that for Commissioner Howard.
Thank you for that information, Commissioner Howard. We did talk to Ms. Jones today, and I believe one of my staff actually went out and met with her. We let her know that we've purchased a lot of equipment, but we're also waiting for some of our riding mowers to get here. They're not here yet. We asked for a little bit of grace. If you'll take a look at the ones that we've already done, it's much more than just mowing. It takes time we're cutting down trees and sticks and, we're finding all types of furniture and stuff in the brush. But we're getting there. We're actually doing a cleanup. We're teaming up with larger groups. We got a group of 50 people coming in, and within a couple of weeks, just to help clean up the Tremont area. And we're asking any of the community members that want to join, they want to come out and help, they can. Ms. Jones is going to send us a couple of residents that are going to come on board and work with us and actually be hired because we want their investment in their community as well. So we apologize for the time that it's taken, but we're not just cutting grass, we're building community.
Thank you for that. And then that's good to know. Thank you.
I do want to get to some of the questions that were asked at the public comment. So can you all just clarify the community development switch and the kind of classification for Mount Carmel?
Yes, we're still a Chodo. We're still a nonprofit. But we also have another arm to us that's not just development. We have social service arm. And so, yes, we did apply for CBDO. The caller knew more than I did because we've not been notified yet if we've been accepted or switched over.
Gotcha. So you all are still a nonprofit. And can you explain what a Chodo is?
Sorry, Commissioner. We're going to switch out the mic because the public.
Yes, please.
I think that's the bad one. Apologize. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chodo is a community housing development organization.
Gotcha. And you all are maintaining that status, and some of these things are different, right? One, 501c3s, you're dealing with our IRS. For Chodo, you're really dealing with the federal government, not necessarily the IRS, but how community development sees you. And there's designated funding that you get, right, to build housing. But can you speak to the third, which is the community-based organization? Do I have that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
It allows us an opportunity to get more funding for the work that we do, more stable funding, if you will, for the work that we do.
Yeah, and that activity is different from kind of the Tremont project.
Yes,
right?
this is for social services.
Yeah, so Gill and kind of, okay, so I want folks just to understand, you all do a lot for our community, which we deeply appreciate. But the funding and that change or that addition of being a community-based organization is not, it really doesn't have much to do with the Tremont project. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say. The real caveat is it takes relief from the unified government from general funds. We will no longer be relying on general funds to help with Willa Gill. If we become a CDBDO, then the funds come from the feds.
Gotcha. So wanted to, again, just clear that up, not super related to Tremont, but related to Mount Carmel.
Yes.
And again, the amount of work that you all do.
Yes.
Are there any other questions, committee, for this? The one thing I would say is I know it's been some time now that we have awarded this hold. I would love for us to get to 2027 and for there to be not just some movement on the public financing, but for us to know what private financing looks like. Because we know that the unified government alone, or even the RHID, or if we're able to do something with Section 108, that won't be enough to pull off this project. And I know you all have done quite a bit of work with building those partnerships, which I appreciate. I would just like for us to see a little bit more movement on what private capital looks like and how you all are attracting private capital and private development. Awesome. Any other questions? Okay. If you all don't have anything, thank you so much. We appreciate your patience. We'll go ahead and move on to our land bank applications. Thank you. We appreciate your patience. All right, we have 4.3, and these are the options without opposition. So I'll hand it off to staff.
Thank you, Chair Michael Sutton, redevelopment coordinator. Chair and Commissioners, there is one change from this item 4. Sorry, what are we on? 4.3. Item B3, which is at 2901 Lake Avenue, was requested to be removed per the county administrator's office. And with that, I will go ahead and get started.
Okay.
Item A1, 611 Farrow Avenue. Item A2, 8824 Kansas Avenue. Item A3, 1608 North 61st Terrace. Item A4, 3300 Brown Avenue. Item A5, 1149 Ann Avenue. Item A7, 2806 Merriam Lane. Item A8, 2829 South 8th Street and 2815 South 8th Street. Item A9, 217 North 35th Street. Item A10, 824 Ohio Avenue. Item A13, 6831 Webster Avenue. Item A14, 3510 Lust Drive and 3530 Lust Drive. A15, 1111 Shawnee Avenue and 1113 Shawnee Avenue. Item A16, 7648 Roswell Avenue. Item A17, 805 Sandusky Avenue and 830 Sandusky Avenue. Item A18, 6153 Park View Avenue. A19, 816 North 12th, 818 North 12th, 814 North 12th, 815 North 12th. A20, 747 Seminary Street. A21, 2233 South Mill Street. A22, 10740 Miller Lane. A23, 3610 Haskell Avenue.
Thank you so much. To public comment. Clerk, for any of the items read, did you receive a public comment?
No comments were received.
Are there any hands raised online?
There are no hands raised online.
Okay, for the folks here, would anybody like to speak to the items that were just presented? Let the record show no one has stepped to the podium. I'll go ahead and close the public comment portion. Committee, this came before us without opposition, meaning we didn't hear anything in particular from the Land Bank Advisory Board. Any comments, or is there a motion?
Howard, motion to approve.
Okay, there is a motion to approve by Howard, a second by Commissioner Stites. Clerk, can we get the roll?
Roll call Stites. Pacheco.
Aye.
Howard.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Vote is 4-0. The motion carries.
Okay. Next.
Thank you, Commissioner. To go over our multifamily and commercial properties, we have item B1, 2927 North 12th, 2931 North 12th, 2935 North 12th, 2943 North 12th, 2945 North 12th, and 2918 North Bethany. Item B2, 1231 North 48th Terrace. And our one commercial application, item C1, 1129 North 49th Street. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk, for the items that were just presented, did we receive a public comment for them?
No comments received.
Are there any hands raised online?
There are no hands raised online.
For the folks that are here in person, anybody like to speak to any of those items? I'll go ahead and close the public comment portion. Committee, any comments, or is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Howard, second.
Okay. The motion to approve was Commissioner Pacheco. The second was Commissioner Howard. Clerk, can we get the roll?
Roll call Stites.
Aye.
Pacheco.
Aye.
Howard.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
The vote is 4-0. The motion carries.
All right, let's get to property transfers.
Absolutely. Thank you again, Commissioner. Michael Sutton, Redevelopment Coordinator. Item PT1, 1620 North 32nd Street, PT2, 2646 North 21st Place, PT3, 1938 Troop Avenue, PT4, 961 Pacific Avenue, PT6, 2716 North 8th Street, PT7, 806 Quindaro Boulevard, PT8, 335 North Valley Street, PT10, 9335 Georgia Avenue, PT11, 2535 Alden Street, PT12, 1034 Garfield Avenue, PT13, 807 North 10th Street, PT14, 14 South James Street, PT15, 1865 North 29th Street, PT16, 1709 North 26th Street. And I do want to note that PT 16 is not a request for a yard extension. It was a request for a hold, and I'd be happy to give more context on that hold. But PT 17 is 2606 South 8th Street. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk, did we receive any public comments for those items?
No comments were received.
Any hands raised online?
There are no hands raised online.
For the folks here in person, would anybody like to speak to those items that were just presented? Let the record show no one has approached. I will close the public comment portion. Staff, I do have a question regarding this hold. For PT 16, just a little bit more context. Why are they wanting to hold and not?
Yes, so they originally were wanting a yard extension. When we sent their application through to staff review, both legal and our NRC department flagged this application saying, well, hey, if they don't have a house or they're still working on the house, they're still trying to rehab it, we don't think that we should give them this property until they've completed the renovations on their house. And so what came from that was, hey, we can't give them a yard extension, but we can possibly do a hold and they would just have to maintain it, and then they come back once they've completed the house, and then they could go through with a yard extension.
For clarity, the house, where is the home here?
1703.
Oh, okay. So they are currently working on a home, and and that's a former land bank property?
For 1703, I am not certain. I don't believe so, but.
Gotcha. Okay, so there is just a question of how long were they asking for the hold request?
They didn't fully state how long, but I would assume it would be until they get whatever issues with NRC cleared up. I think Judge just corrected me. It wasn't just that they didn't have the house put together. There were NRC code violations involved with that as well. And so part of this was giving them the time to get those cleared up. Wendy, do you have anything to add? Sorry.
Yes, and the reason, Wendy Green, Deputy Chief Counsel, the reason we suggested if they wanted to hold, if they wanted to make sure the property was going to be available once they completed the renovation, to suggest a hold. The reason we didn't want to give them the yard extension is to get the yard extension, you have to live in the house, and they are not currently living in the house while they're doing the rehab on the house. So that's why we didn't want to allow a yard extension application. They didn't meet that first criteria, which was they didn't live in the house next door to the property where they were requesting. They owned it, but they don't live in it while they're doing the rehab. They said it was their intent to live in it once the rehab was completed, but we want to make sure that is what is going to happen once the rehab is completed. And then also because of the outstanding yard
Code violations.
violations. Thank you.
And I guess that's kind of my question is, if we know there are outstanding code violations already, are we setting ourselves up for some issues to then say, here's another property? Do we know the nature of those code violations? Does it have anything to do with maintaining a lawn or picking up trash or anything like that?
I don't have them right in front of me. I'd have to follow back up. They do give us, or NRC does provide us with what the code violation is. Again, I just don't have that right in front of me right now.
So committee, here's what I would recommend. My recommendation is we send this, I don't want to say send it back, but basically we put a 30-day, I don't want to say hold on it, but I guess a 30-day hold, take this up in our next meeting. That way staff can give us a little bit more information. We've been having a lot of folks wanting to acquire land. And so in an effort of trying to be fair, I would hate to knowingly give more property over to somebody that may have some code violations. That's my recommendation, committee, open to other suggestions, but that would be my motion, is to hold for 30 days PT 16 1709 North 26th Street.
Right, second.
Okay. All right, clerk, can you get the roll?
Roll call. Stites?
Aye.
Checo?
Aye.
Howard?
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
The vote is 4-0. The motion carries.
Okay, we still have the rest of the items, PT1 through PT17. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second? I'll go ahead and second. Clerk can get the roll.
Roll call. Stites,
Aye.
Checo.
Aye.
Howard.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
The vote is 4-0. The motion carries.
Okay. Now we are on the ones with opposition. We have quite a few of them, so staff will have you go through them one by one.
Thank you, Chair. Michael Sutton, Redevelopment Coordinator. I know we'll go through these one by one, but I do want to put WOA 11 and WOA 12 kind of together because same applicant and then also opposition from the same
Okay,
neighborhood group.
that's fine. You present both of them then within this time period.
WOA 11, 2055 North 22nd Street, 2057 North 22nd Street, and then again, same applicant, 2400 Greeley Avenue. And the opposition comments for both of these was OCP opposes until applicant contacts neighborhood group. Even after receiving that opposition comment from the neighborhood group, I went back out and reached out to the applicant to tell them you need to engage with the neighborhood group. That was last week I sent that email out. I have not heard anything back from the applicant. Thank you.
Okay. Clerk, did we receive any comments for those two items?
No comments were received.
Are there any hands raised online?
There is a hand raised online, yes. Amy Benoilis. Please state your name and residency. You have 3 minutes. You can unmute.
Hi, yes, Amy Bañuelos, Kansas City, Kansas. My family and I, we own the two houses next to the lot 2400 Greeley Avenue. We've maintained that lot for years, for over 15 years. And the times we've gone to ask about this lot, they've never given us proper information on how we can go on about purchasing this lot or anything. There was also a time where, since nobody was giving us information, we decided to not maintain the lot for about a month and a half, and the city never came and tried even cleaning it up or anything. So we just kept maintaining that lot. It has personal significance to us, honestly. We've just always maintained that lot, and we would hate to let it go. We would also push forward to buy the lot if possible. We've just never gotten proper information regarding that. And I know the person, our neighbor in 2055, they also have maintained that lot very well. And I'm not speaking on behalf of them, but I know they would hate to let that lot go as well.
Thank you so much. Please stay available in case there are questions since you are the applicant. That way we can just get some additional information if we need to from you.
Okay,
Clerk,
thank you.
thank you. Clerk, do we have any other folks with their hands?
I don't see any other hands raised.
Okay. I'll go ahead and close the public comment portion for online. For the folks that are here in person, would anybody like to speak to either of these two items? Let the record show no one has approached. Okay, I'm gonna close the public comment period. So I do have a question. When is the next neighborhood meeting for OCP?
Michael Sutton, Redevelopment Coordinator. I would have to double check with that neighborhood group president, Commissioner.
The only reason why I ask is because if we were to hold this for 30 days, but if OCP does not have a upcoming neighborhood meeting in that period, then we basically are going to be back at the same predicament as we are right now. And so I appreciate the desire for folks to reach back out, but if the desire is to meet, but then you have to wait for that quarterly meeting to happen, then that's where I would, have some concern. Can Committee, any questions, comments regarding this item? Okay, what I am going to recommend is give OCP in the neighborhood a chance, at least for there to be some contact made. Is the applicant still online?
Are you referring to Amy?
Yes.
Yes.
Amy, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Did you receive information from our staff for the OCP neighborhood group?
No, I did not.
Okay. Well, so here's what we'll do. Make sure you connect with our staff. We're going to hold both of your applications just so that you can have a conversation with the neighborhood group and make sure that y'all get acquainted. And then from there, we will reconsider your application in our next meeting. I guess that's the motion. That's the recommendation that I'm making to the committee.
Okay. Is there anybody specific I should be reaching out to, or will they reach out to me?
Yes, Mr. Sutton.
Yes, Michael Sutton, redevelopment coordinator. So I send out information by the emails that we receive. So if you didn't receive the email, we want to make sure that we receive a accurate email address. Please email me at mjsutton at
I'm so sorry.
Wyco.
Can you repeat all that again? I apologize.
Certainly. Absolutely. mjsutton at wyckck.org. And I look forward to your email.
I'm gonna repeat that back, if that's okay. M as in Mary, J, S as in Sutton, U, T as in Tom, T as in Tom, O, N as in Nancy, at wycokck.org.
You got it.
Cool.
All right.
I'll email you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, so I guess I kind of got us somewhere here, committee.
Second.
Okay, so yes, my motion is to hold over application A11 and A12. There's a second from Commissioner Stikes who kind of preempted my motion. Clerk, can we get the roll?
Roll call. Stites,
Aye.
Pacheco.
Aye.
Howard,
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Vote is 4-0. The motion carries.
Okay, now we are on A24. Sutton.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. Michael Sutton, redevelopment coordinator. WOA 24, 727 Oakland Avenue. The comments on this one, I did not post in here because this one has been here for a while now. There was essentially an issue where the applicant met with the neighborhood group, but they didn't have their plans, and they said that they were going to come back to the neighborhood group with those plans. As of today, they still have not come back to the neighborhood group to actually show them the plans yet. So this one has been on here, I want to say, since May, one of our May meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other ones that have been in that similar situation that are left in the agenda?
Sort of with A27, but that was a slightly different.
Okay.
That one was a repeat from the last.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay. Clerk, did we receive a public comment for A24?
No comments were received.
Any hands raised online?
There are no hands raised online.
The folks here, would anybody like to speak to this item? Let the record show no one has approached. I'll close the public comment portion. Committee, what would we like to do?
Motion to deny, Stites.
I'll go ahead and second. Clerk, can we get the roll?
Can you repeat the motion, please?
The motion was to deny.
Thank you. Roll call. Stites,
Aye.
Pacheco.
Aye.
Howard,
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
The vote is 4-0. The motion carries.
All right. 825.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner. Again, Michael Sutton, redevelopment coordinator. Much like A11 and A12, A25 and A26 go together. They're all in the same neighborhood, and they received the same neighborhood feedback, and it's the same developer for both of these. WO A25, 2712 North Fifth, 2710 North Fifth, 2714 North Fifth, 2800 North Fifth, 2801 North Fifth, 2803 North Fifth, and then WOA 26 is 2503 North Halleck Street, 2508 North Halleck Street, 2418 North Halleck Street, and 2508 North Fifth Street. The comments we received a lot, so please bear with me on this. From the Oak Grove Neighborhood Association, they state, UG District 1 commissioners and other committee members voted to hold Phase 1 Peregrine Falcon lots until their HOA made a decision on a developer. That decision was made within the last year, so any additional developers would have to contact the HOA directly. This developer did not contact OGNA or Oak Grove Neighborhood Association regarding this application. The OGNA leadership has decided to deny and or not support any land bank applications in our area this year, 2026, and moving forward within the next 12 to 18 months. Oak Grove Neighborhood Association is currently undertaking a quality of life master plan development project to have all available land bank lots in our area assessed by the KDHE, or Kansas Department of Health Environment. With support from the UG, we are concerned that some land bank parcels may contain hazardous contaminants such as lead, other hazardous gases or metals, and or may involve inconsistent demolition practices, which could put any new residents, owners, or developers at unknown health or financial risk. The Oak Grove Neighborhood Association has not heard from this developer and or representative regarding these Oak Grove neighborhood land bank lots. And we also received opposition comment from the Douglas Sumner Neighborhood Group stating, we stand in full support of the Oak Grove Neighborhood Association's leadership decision to pause land bank applications in our area for the next 12 to 14 months. Before new residents, homeowners, or developers take on the risk of these parcels, it is essential that we know what we are working with. Potential hazards such as lead contamination, hazardous gases, metals, and improper demolition residue are serious concerns that must be thoroughly addressed, not assumed away. The Quality of Life Master Plan initiative supported by the KDHE and the UG government represents exactly the kind of community-centered due diligence our neighborhood deserves. We encourage the standing committee, all residents and stakeholders to support this process and trust OGNA's leadership to act in our collective best interest as we work toward a safer, healthier, and more sustainable future for our area. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, clerk, did we receive any public comments for this item?
No comments were received.
Are there any hands raised online?
There are several hands raised online. We'll have Tyler first. State your name and residency. You have 3 minutes. Please unmute.
Hi, my name is Tyler Hyatt. I'm a Kansas City, Missouri resident. I'm currently developing 4 homes in the KCK area through the land bank. These lots represent what I hope to do next year. So our first 4 should be done before the close of the year, and then I'd like to add these as well. First of all, Judd and Michael have been fantastic to work with. They've been working with me for quite some time on different options here, and they shared the Oak Grove Neighborhood Association's concerns about this area. I did reach out to Mr. Bush on May 28th and on June 11th via email. I did not receive any responses. After I had a little bit of time to look at this area more closely, study the satellite imagery, going all the way back to 1991 is about as far back as you can go with decent images of the area. I did see that there was previous development in much of the Peregrine Falcon area. Um, I because this is not my first time through the land bank, one of the things that I'm looking for is a green lot that hasn't been built on before, and so most of the lots that I've requested fall into that category. For a little bit of context here, um, the lots on North Halleck, these are just south of the home field project that was brought previously. They have the existing options on those to develop those pieces as they see fit. Kind of my opinion here about this situation with the master plan and looking into the health of these lots. I understand that. What the Oak Grove Neighborhood Association has is 250 acres of land that falls into their neighborhood area that they have under a blanket, say basically kind of this canned response that they're not approving any lots, which I fully understand it is their prerogative. Um, the land bank process is a really a finesse thing. Not very many developers. I'm not a developer with a big team behind me. It's me. I'm the guy that mows the lots that are my responsibility, and sometimes I mow my neighbors just to try and be a good neighbor. But it's a finesse process. So I'm not asking for multiple acres to do 100 homes in an area where we're going to be doing lots of basements, where we're going to be pulling contaminated ground out of the ground and hauling it off site to contaminate somewhere else. We're doing slab on grade. Everything on site stays on site. So hopefully that's not a major concern for our neighbors or the surrounding community. Um, yeah, so that's kind of where I'm standing on it.
Thank you. And just to give a full context here, so are you the Strong Tower Concepts LLC?
That's correct.
Okay, let's hold public comment for a minute. Mr. Sutton, did you present both A25 and A26?
That is correct. I presented those together, Commissioner.
Okay, just wanted to make sure that we were all on the same page. Okay, clerk for public comment. Who else do we have online?
We also have Beverly Easterwood. State your name and residency. Please unmute. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, my name is Beverly Easterwood. I'm a Kansas City resident, Douglas Sumner Neighborhood Association. And I fully support the Oak Grove Neighborhood's decision to deny this land bank application, both for the reasons stated in their plan and for the additional concern that directly affects the subdivision. The proposed construction is not in compliance with the covenants and restrictions for Peregrine Falcon. Specifically, the homes being proposed are smaller than what is provided for under the CNR, which sets a clear standard that all property owners in the subdivision have relied upon when they made their investment. Allowing non-compliant construction would not only undermine the integrity of the covenants and restrictions, but would also negatively impact the property values of existing homeowners who have invested in Peregrine Falcon in good faith. We owe it to those residents to uphold the standards that protect their investments and preserve the character of our community. And specifically, the applicant just stated that he was going to do slab on grade, and the covenants and restrictions all call for basements in this area. Thank you.
Clerk, who else do we have? Thank you.
There are no other hands raised.
Okay. For the folks that are here in person, if you would like to come and speak, you have 3 minutes.
Hello. I believe Mr. Tyler is mistaken. He said he.
Please state your name.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. My name is Darnell Bush, and I am the president of Oak Grove Neighborhood Association and KCK resident. And I believe that Mr. Tyler is mistaken, that he did not reach out to me or the Oak Grove Neighborhood Association email address. And the reason why I can strongly say that is the secretary, who's my wife, she didn't let me know or let us know that we had a developer that was reaching out to us. So I believe he's mistaken that he did not reach out to us, or we would have had him come in for a meeting so we could ask him and tell him that the development or the process, the HOA in Peregrine Falcon, that one of their stipulations is that they need to have a basement. So Ms. Easterwood was stating that, but if he had contacted us, we would have let him know that in Peregrine Falcon, you must have, so those houses that he's planning on building in Peregrine Falcon, that they're not, you can't do that per their HOA agreement. And if he needs to contact Mr. Sutton to get our correct email address, then that's okay. And we'd be happy to meet with him and tell him that that we're not supporting because of the EPA assessment of the ground. And when he said that he was just going to build on grade a slab, that's not correct either because of the area requirements. And
1 minute remaining.
okay, I believe that I'm done.
Thank you. Are there any other folks that want to speak to these items? Okay, I'll go ahead and close the public comment portion. So I just have a question. I have multiple questions for staff. So number one, these parcels are in Peregrine Falcon HOA and Oak Grove? Am I reading that?
So to my understanding, from the RFP that we put out for Peregrine Falcon, all of these lots are outside of that RFP area.
Gotcha.
Peregrine Falcon subdivision is fully or wholly within the Oak Grove Neighborhood Association. It's like a enclave.
Okay.
Essentially, right? So, but yes, all of these lots along Halleck and then Fifth Street, and then the other part of his application is up here a little bit north of where Peregrine Falcon is. But to my understanding, because these lots on this southern portion were not included in the RFP, we could go ahead and move forward with them. I want to make a clarification on that because I think it came up in the ED&F meeting about lots within Peregrine Falcon. None of the lots that were included within the Peregrine Falcon RFP are currently for sale within the land bank. All of those have been selected with the one GC or the one developer that was chosen. That developer is still working towards getting that developed. No one new has been selected to build within that neighborhood. These lots are outside of that boundary.
Understood. Is the applicant still available from Strong Tower Concepts LLC?
He is still online.
I have a question for you, and then I want to open it up to the committee. What email did you contact?
Oh, I would have to go back and find that. I'd be happy to contact them again. One of the specific points in the email was that if they have issues with further development in the Peregrine Falcon neighborhood, that I would be happy to drop those properties from my application. I'm more interested in the lots on North Fifth. Unfortunately, that wasn't communicated yet, apparently.
Gotcha. I do want to make sure that you have the correct contact information. So, committee, my recommendation would be we put this on hold and allow them time to connect, but that's my recommendation. Yes, Commissioner Howard.
Howard, District 1. Quick question. Do we happen to have any communication from the applicant to Oak Grove?
Thank you, Commissioner Michael Sutton. The applicant has stated to me that they reached out to the neighborhood group. as the applicant stated, I made them aware before their application was even processed that this was how the neighborhood group felt. I gave them the email that I have, and he stated that, hey, I've reached out to him. I haven't heard anything back from him. That's what I was told about a week ago.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay, I'll make a motion to hold over 826, 825 and 826 to our next meeting to give time for the applicant to meet with the neighborhood group.
Howard, second.
Okay, clerk, can we get the roll?
Roll call Stites.
Aye.
Checo.
Aye.
Howard.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Vote is 4-0. The motion carries.
Okay, final stretch. We have the last one with opposition property transfer at 3080 North 21st Street. Mr. Sutton?
Yes, Michael Sutton, redevelopment coordinator, WOPT 9. This is for a yard extension at 3080 North 21st Street. OCP submitted opposition stating OCP opposes until the applicant contacts the neighborhood group. I have not heard anything from the applicant on this. Thank you.
Okay. Clerk, did we receive any comments for this item?
No comments were received.
Are there hands raised online?
There are no hands raised online.
For the folks here in person, would anybody like to speak to this item? Let the record show no one has approached. I'll go ahead and close the public comment portion. Committee, okay, this is a vacant lot because the picture is of a house and I was a little confused here. This is a vacant lot, correct?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Okay. My recommendation would be that we hold this over for 30 days and just to see and give time for the applicant to meet with the neighborhood group. If not, then of course we can act. That would be my motion.
Second.
Okay. Or can we get the roll?
Roll call Stites.
Aye.
Checo.
Aye.
Howard.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
The vote is 4-0. The motion carries.
Well, we did quite a bit of work between both committees. I really appreciate our staff and all of you. We are at adjournment. Is there a motion?
Motion we adjourn.
Second.
All right. The motion was made by Commissioner Howard. The second was made by Commissioner Pacheco. Can we get the roll?
Roll call Stites.
Aye.
Checo.
Aye.
Howard.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Vote is 4-0. The motion carries.
Thank you all so much. Have a good rest of your week.